and like it's already hurting Hollywood. Script writers are pretty
Yeah.
much on the back burner now. So
I
Seriously.
think that AI really, I mean, it's going to depend, right? Like, so you have different types of clientele within this type of work. I think that the people that seek out in real life work, they are going to stick to that. AI is not going to be able to ever get rid of SW work that is in real life because it's been around for decades and that's going to be that, right? But as far as people that seek online porn and things of that, it's already taking over.
Yeah.
We're seeing, and I don't want to get dark here, but I'll just say this one thing and then I'll move on from it. We're just seeing child from it. You know what I mean? Like we're seeing really bad things happening from, AI pornography industry. So, it's already pivoting into like this really weird space, right? It can only get worse from here for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. It's really weird to I guess like in a way that the real person stuff, a real person interacting with a real person becomes even more valuable. So the people that, as AI is used more than, someone that's willing to do it themselves is worth even more then. I guess they're even a more valuable asset. I had heard that like TikTok and Google is like investing a lot of money for the same reason in order to like figure out if AI is real or not for their own content creators. So they would want to figure out an algorithm in order to boost only real humans versus like, some TikTok creator that's an AI thing. They don't want that. It's bad for their AI slop creators would be bad for their brand too. So they are like heavily invested in weeding those out.
yeah, so they like the creation of AI. Now they're having to create like a firewall for what AI has the potential of doing, is like totally putting the actual human interaction on the back burner. It's like, you know, we're only in the infancy of AI, and it looks good already. Like what's it going to be in 5, 10, 15 years when we really get going with it? And it's like, there's already people being fooled by these AI, like Trump speaking, or just, a hot woman speaking to you and stuff. Like it's I don't know, like I think AI right now is going to be like pushing the forefront to UBI. I don't know if you know what that is, but Universal Basic Income, where we start seeing these robots taking over WalMarts and the cashiers and stuff, right? Putting the menial jobs as a robot job. So you got to look at the good and the bad of it, and I don't know. AI definitely has its good, but it can. It's going to change our life. Like this is going to be like a 180 switch for a lot of people, I believe.
I mean, yeah, it
Like
already has. I mean, it's like crazy, man. I mean, it's wild.
yeah, no, I see it as like in a way, like we're working too much as as humans, like we're putting too much
Well,
40
thank you.
hours a week, whatever. Um, I think if you can use AI in a good way, it will be to, I guess, keep us home more with our families and our loved ones and stuff, right? Instead of working 40 to 80 hours a week, rely on AI to do these jobs for you and have you have more home time, right? Like, I don't think we're meant to be working as much as we are, and, not, I use my example of my kids, right? Like, because considering we have to have two incomes to survive now, I see my kids only like a couple hours a night before they go to bed, right? And it's like, should we be doing that? Like
I mean, that's all goes down to who owns the AI. That's the thing, dude. That's like what the who owns the means of production, who owns the production, the way that the AI is making this profit. You know what I mean? Is it and do they owe the people that if the AI has trained on art, for example, and they're making art with it, I mean,
yeah,
do the AI bots kind of like owe some type of like revenue split with people that they have learned off of their art, for example, you know? So,
Yeah, and I guess that's an example like I brought up with Eminem and like Dr. Dre and stuff, making their songs into what they were never meant to be, right? Like 50s classics and stuff. So like they're using pre-existing art, music is art, and making it
oh,
profitable for these people
oh
who are
my.
sharing it. So like is Eminem deserving of, the the money that these 50 classic songs of his make, like that's a good point, right? Like
Yeah.
same with the Hollywood script writers. These people are being pushed out of the industry by these AI bots. Are they, reparations, like
Yeah.
Something else that I think about too, and like healthcare. How is healthcare going to be impacted by AI? As someone who's like now thinking about getting into healthcare,
Hmm.
potentially getting a P. I don't want to say it wrong, so I'm gonna shut up. But I think it's PHMNP. I think that's what it is. I think I got it right. Um, like, how is AI going to impact healthcare? I might end up being a licensed social worker too, even like therapists.
yeah.
How is AI going to impact that? Like,
I,
oh,
I mean,
crazy.
at the end of the day, I think it's just important to, I think that people are going to prefer humans for sure. It's going to be, people are going to be phased out and the like looking over an x-ray image and stuff and then use AI to assist like that kind of stuff. But, for like actual like nursing duties and that kind of stuff, I think it's always going to be humans for sure. Hey, what's up, Git Smickles? How's it going, man?
You did a good job pronouncing it.
Oh,
I'm Steven. Smickles is the name of my hot sauce company, but everybody
oh,
screws it up when they try and pronounce it.
nice.
It's to get Smickles. But anyhow, healthcare I can answer too because I work in healthcare.
Cool. Perfect.
AI is actually assisting on multiple levels. So, to give you an idea, for sleep and neuroscience, they use software to be able to monitor a patient and see if seizures are going to be onset or epilepsy, etc. What AI is doing is it's able to recognize the onset, and then it's able to tag that onset once they actually go into a state of either sleep apnea or obstructive apnea, or in most cases seizures or epilepsy.
Uh-huh.
So it's actually assisting. Will it replace the doctors? Will it replace the nurses and all the other people in healthcare or the techs that are working at night monitoring? No, because you still need an element. If something goes awry with someone, there has to be someone there in order to be able to attend to them. You're going to have people be able to administer drugs. Even if you could have like people hooked up to an IV system, it still needs to be looked at on their reaction to it, and as well to be able to deal with someone who goes into cardiac arrest, etc. Will in a deep future, will we have those pods that we see in some of those sci-fi movies where they do all that? Probably. But human condition is that we need human empathy. We need the love and touch of another human in order to be able to help in the healing process or in being comforted in that situation to get used to what's going on. I don't think that's going to be replaced. I think you're going to still see the average individual who's expecting healthcare provided by a physician, not by a digital tablet. Are we in the position of heading towards THX 1138? I don't know if you guys are old enough to remember that. It's basically a dystopic future where everybody is monitored, nobody has physical interactions with each other. I don't think so. I think we're too smart as a species to allow it to get to that degree. But there is going to be a huge upheaval. And as you had mentioned earlier, Hollywood, script writers, actual actors. And then you're getting into set design and stunt coordinators, makeup artists. All that is going to go away
Yeah.
because you can basically make a movie with nobody there. All you need is a budget.
Yeah.
That industry is going to get decimated. That's the concern I have. I use AI to make these little entertaining videos. It blows me away how it's able to interpret my basic data input and make content out of it and make it funny. That's the crazy part, how it has a sense of humor that it can impose into it. You can check out some of my videos. One of them I'll draw attention to is like a robot interaction about wanting to use my Smickles hot sauce and the whole dialogue. Yeah, I can conceive it, but the way he reacts in his interactions, it's intuitive. It's crazy where this shit is going to go. We're in for some interesting stuff in the next little while.
Yeah,
That's
I do
my
the
two
same.
cents.
I do the same for like I had some like for the idea for a video was like, you know, these guys that are passing these anti-vaccine laws are on the side of big virus. They're like they're helping viruses around. So I just gave that prompt to it, and it gave like this really hilarious video that I was like, oh man, this is wild. So yeah, it's just it is crazy how fast it is and how you know, good it is. It still like blows my mind, and I definitely agree that like the movies, like you're basically gonna have like your own custom movies coming out. You know, you're gonna have
Yeah.
like you're gonna be in the movie or somewhere. You know, or you're gonna be the action star, and everyone's gonna have an individualized, personalized ending to the show. So I don't even think that we're gonna have like a shared lived experience with a lot of movies that come out. It's gonna be like, oh, how did yours end? Like, oh man, mine did this, and that's kind of like how we talk about it. In healthcare, it's interesting. I was reading a Microsoft report on jobs they thought were more or less replaceable by AI, and they said that pretty much the hardest one to do that would like never be you know, automated from their eyes right now is like a phlebotomist. So someone that's doing blood work, they're just like, there's no way. Yeah, someone's always
See,
gonna want to
okay.
do that.
So so maybe I should go for my RN instead of because I can always draw blood.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
would.
most
I would.
definitely.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think like, you know, there's, like you said, there gets nickel. There's going to be industries that are going to be absolutely decimated, and you know that's, you know, in a way, you know, like it was meant to happen, I guess. You know, with the invention of AI, that you know you're not going to need these menial jobs anymore, and it's going to give us. I don't know if you were here to hear me say that, like, we as a human species. Don't have enough home time. Like how many hours do you actually spend in your house a day? You
You
know,
don't
like
want to ask me that because I work from home.
okay, well, I mean, for the most part, a lot of people don't spend too much time in their houses, right? And I think, you know, if done right and you know properly, AI can really benefit us in a way that you can stay home more often, right? Like,
Yeah.
Not to interrupt, but can someone mute? I think it's pro-choice. The echo is really bad. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, guys, it's an open panel, man. Everyone's welcome in chat if you want to talk on it. So yeah, it's yeah, I mean, I use AI like a lot for stuff, you know, like all my YouTube thumbnails and all that kind of stuff. I mean, it's like I mean, I should show you the PowerPoint. It looks like kids art. It looks so bad. It's like clip art, you know, stuff. And the old ones that I used were so bad. So it's
It's
like,
true.
you know, and am I going to use the same? Am I going to pay someone for a thumbnail that I use for every single video? Like, come on, guys. Like, are you really going to click that? Like, no, nobody is. And also, I basically download the captions from the videos, and then I feed those captions into Gemini, and then Gemini gives me chapter by chapter every 15 minutes on you know what the chapter is, what we were talking about. So in a 5-hour video, I have chapters every 30 minutes, so it makes it easy for someone to find, you know, the conversation that they want. So I mean, do I
wow.
really need to like sit there and go through every 30 minutes and like make my own chapters? You know, it's like, come on, man. Like, of course not. So, I think it's pretty obvious to me how you can kind of use AI ethically, but for like the nonprofit work, right? The nonprofit work where we are trying to be, you know, of the people, by the people, for the people. We're trying to create this nonprofit to, you know, grassroots movement kind of thing. Like, of course, we're gonna, you know, hire an artist, right? We're gonna hire an artist to do that. We're gonna have people that we can help, you know, with that. We're gonna hire the you know, merch that has good stuff. You know, it's a worker owned union co-op that AOC uses. So it's like, I think that there's use cases, right?
But your hope is that they themselves, the artists, aren't using the AI, which it's going to come
Yeah.
down to. Pretty
Yeah.
much everybody's going to use the AI. So you may be a fulcrum of wanting to not be something. In the end, you're going to be that something if you really get down to the nitty gritty, because
Yeah.
someone along that food chain is going to be working in an AI format.
Yeah, I agree, man. I mean, like on my consulting work, I do the same thing where, they're asking me due diligence reports, giving me 20 documents, and I'm like, they're like, give me a 10-page report. Yeah, pro-choice, you got some background, bro. So we're muting you. So please, like, keep yourself muted. Thank you. Um, the idea of like me having to go through like 10 different documents and stuff, it's like, why wouldn't I be using AI? Like, are you serious? You don't think that I'm going to be like doing the best tools in order to like make sure that this actually is feasible and that kind of thing? I don't think that that's necessarily poor either. So and I'm reading it and I'm confirming it, with my degrees and all that kind of stuff. And but I think it's kind of expected now, to be honest with you. I think it's kind of expected that people are using AI for this stuff.
Yeah. Well, I'll give you an example. There's a guy through another company that I'm aware of who was his productivity was through the roof. And this is before AI has made a kick in. So his workaround was another way.
Am I dropping? Did you cut it out?
Yeah, he glitched for me.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't hear him either.
And I think his phone was echoing too, so I don't know if
Yeah.
it's all of us or.
Yeah. Yeah, the energy thing absolutely needs to be, guys, for sure, that needs to be dealt with, right? I mean, but guys, I mean, for real, we had what, $700 billion that was passed under the Biden administration to scale up renewable and sustainable energy production in the United States with, wind and solar arrays across the entire United States, increase our grid, put all that infrastructure down to expand it, and $400 billion of that got raided by Trump in order to pay for tax cuts for the billionaires. So it's like, we were literally down that path of like using and finding cheaper and more reliable alternative energy solutions, and Trump just canceled that. Like projects that were 90% done, 95% done, like 10 years in the making, canceled. 5 years, in the making, one year left. We're canceled, and it's just,
Wow.
it's insane. Share, nice. 4 emails.
Let's go.
Let's go, guys. 928. Guys, we can get there. 1,000 actions by the end of the year. That's our goal. We need 70 more. Okay, let's get Schmickles
Let's
back.
go share.
And CEC 200. CEC 200, welcome, man. And Get Schmickles, do you have anything to say? Or
I got back on. My phone died.
gotcha.
Well, I was saying earlier, the guy was outsourcing his work to India, and he had 4 guys that were working to do whatever he had to get done. He was making a 6-figure income and doing quite well. And then they brought him up for review, and they were asking him some questions, and he couldn't answer the questions. And so he said, let me get back to you. And they ended up, one of the IT guys was starting to notice there were packets that were going back and forth at night, and they're like trying to figure it out, trace it. It's going to India. What the hell is this all about? They figured it out, and he got busted for outsourcing. And so the new India will be AI, and basically there's going to be people being monitored. If you're being paid a 6-figure income, what are you delivering? Are you delivering it, or can we just use another tool to do it?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, man, it's tough. It's tough. I mean, it's weird. I for my dissertation, I was writing it, and I'm like, there's all these tools and AI with ChatGPT was coming around and all that kind of stuff, and I'm just like, I feel like I had like a moral duty to like write my own PhD thesis. You know what I mean? Where it's like you are, as a scientist, you literally are an author. So if your job is to be an author, I do feel like it's kind of weird to not like do the actual work yourself. And I was editing people's
You'd be
dissertations
proud
and
of something
stuff.
published if it isn't your own word. It
Yeah,
would irk me because it would be I'm taking kudos for something a tool did for me. That's not
yeah.
me.
Exactly. And
Yeah,
it's word choice matters in science, specifically like, whether or not you say this phrasing or that phrasing, that means a big thing. You have to have, you can't just, um, people can take it the wrong way and misquote you and it's very, very dangerous. So I was editing people's like PhDs that would be like, they basically put a bunch of prompts in ChatGPT and then had a bunch of paragraphs, and then they were like trying to copy and paste the paragraphs
oh,
together, and I'm like,
sloppy work.
bro, this is awful. I was like, what is this? And it was like, none of these paragraphs sound like are contiguous. Like there's the topic sentences don't make any sense. Like there's no thesis on it. What is going on here? And it's so
That's the
obvious.
caveat now. That will change.
I think another
Yeah.
interesting look on AI is like what it's going to do to the public school system and education. Like I follow this lady on TikTok here. Her name is Unlearn16. She's been a teacher for 20 years, and like it's like you said there, Dr. Greg. People are pasting and copying, doing all these, trying to make an essay out of paragraphs from different sources and whatnot. You're going to have the kids going to school. They're going to be using AI for their projects and stuff like that, right? So it's like she was trying to say that like right now we're in a spot where you got so many people saying, oh, we got to get away with this technology, and you got to have the kids keep their phones um, at the teacher's desk and stuff like this. Well, she's like, that's not feasible for the most part. So how do we make this work? Do we let the kids have their phones at their desk and let them have the AI and do things for them? Like it's really had to look at things really differently in order to benefit from it. Where like these kids are going to be relying on AI for all their information now. So it's like, what how do you, I don't know, like totally do a 180 on how kids learn?
Hmm.
It's, I don't know.
It's already there. We're in a structured world right now where the kids' dopamine fix from the phones are the thing that's making their attention span nil in the classroom. We're
Yes.
heading towards a basic income society is what we're going to end up being, where everybody gets paid a wage to exist, and you're going to be restricted. We'll find ourselves, Handmaid's Tale kind of society where only certain people can start having kids because otherwise they're having to have resources put towards these new energy existing matrix world people. It's unfortunate, but we're just going to become a bunch of blobs that are just existing while everything else gets done for us, with the exception of a few vocations.
What do you think, Renee?
What's that movie that with that little robot?
Oh, Wally.
Wally, yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I picture, right? Like convenience is making us so fucking lazy that we don't, like the grocery store. Like nobody has a garden anymore. You go whole like community, and there's not a single garden in anybody's yard. When I was a kid, I had a garden. My next door neighbor had a garden. Now it's just it's just convenient to go to the grocery store to grab everything, right? And now they got this online grocery shopping where you don't even got to leave your house to go grocery shopping, and it's like it's just everything is going to be, you don't even got to get off your couch to do anything.
Well, I moved to Europe a month before COVID. What I see here, though, is kind of heartwarming. During COVID, I saw a bunch of kids going down this back ravine offshoot from one of the dikes, and they were in a little rubber dinghy with pirate hats that they had made out of paper. And I was just, as
I cut out
Oh,
again.
yeah, you cut out again.
Christ, that's awesome. They're still existing. That youth, that joie de vivre. People here actually have working garden. It's a big thing to have a garden going on now. So people are more into the organic kind of concept. They want to grow their own. I'm in a market. It's called an Oops market, which is a harvest market.
Okay.
I do this on Saturdays. It was my way to meet people. I started making hot sauces and pickles 5 years ago.
Cool, man. cut out again.
They're into this shit. They're into the organic. They're into the concept. What we have to start doing is re-educating North America to embrace these things. The fact that the local governments fine people for not having a lawn and having a working garden in the front of their place is probably a telltale sign that we need to start having huge revolts against the government and trying to throttle their stupidity of what they're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think, Renee? What are you thinking?
Excuse me. Can you hear me okay? I have my AirPods in.
Yeah, you sound perfect.
Brilliant.
Yeah, you're good.
I just came on because I don't know, I was a little bit struck by some of the framing of this, and I don't know, I think we want to be mindful about like whether are we centering humans, are we centering business, are we centering capitalism in terms of like how we describe like usage of AI and who we blame for utilizing it in certain ways. Maybe that's not clear enough, but I am a mod and I don't want to I need to say like, oh, my views are my own and not necessarily Dr. Greg's.
What? You have to say that. You're fine. Just say what you want. You're fine.
Okay. Just so everyone knows. But yeah, I don't know. I think I was just a little bothered.
Okay, what do you mean?
Or maybe a lot.
What do you mean?
Okay, what I mean is like when we're talking about AI taking over, that like talking about people using it to be lazy or to get away with something, as though the majority, like what's really happening in people's angst over this is not
Isn't that well placed?
I think like the majority of the time, like C-suites are prioritizing shareholders and not the humans that work for them, and like framing people as being lazy when they actually do want to have jobs. They went to school for this, they've invested their life in it, and now they're being told write these AI algorithms and then it's going to take over your job. No big deal. Like I just really don't like seeing all of this happening in real time, and then what I'm hearing is, oh, people are outsourcing their jobs and lazy.
I guess the question,
It
Renee,
just feels icky to me.
I guess,
Yeah.
Renee, the question would be like, do you think that like a calculator made people lazy from like doing math?
Right, exactly. I don't think so. I think always like ethics should have been developed before this got out of hand. And this is what happens when you let tech bros have way more power than they should, and probably way too big. Okay, again, not Dr. Greg's views. Way too many people in Congress of a generation that don't fucking understand tech at all be like allowing them to. This should have been way more regulated. We should have had ethics in place ahead of time that were human centered, and none of this would happen. This is way out of control, and it's going to have devastating effects. Like I agree with like bad things are happening, but I really, really, really want to keep humans and ethics centered.
Mm-hmm.
So when I hear any of this other stuff, I'm like, that is not the point. That is not like, that's not the main thing that's happening here. That's a problem. Like, I don't care. Like we've seen capitalism is in late stages. It's run amok. It is really fucked the majority of us over a million times. And I don't give a fuck if people are cheating capitalism, because we've been cheated more.
Yeah, it does feel like productivity. You know, it's crazy. Like you can, but as long as that work is your own and you own that output, I think that's the biggest thing, right? It's like when that is like, if it makes my own work that I'm trying to do like more productive, then I feel like, that infamous chart where it's like productivity versus wages over time. I feel like I'm actually becoming like a little bit more productive, and people are like doing ChatGPT for their entire jobs now, and just copy and pasting ChatGPT and like taking more time off. I have friends that are like that. It's crazy. They work like 10 hours a week now, and it's like, it's wild.
I totally understand that. I hate AI slop. And I think that there really should be like parameters, regulations, and like including ones that are specific to industries, ones that are specific to businesses themselves on how this is used. Like I think this just again got released out of greed way too
Mhm.
soon, and it's being misused. Of course it is, because there's some human nature in there. But I would say, it's the worst aspects of it are coming from the top, and of course people are going to, you know, try to cut corners. But I do think, yes, I do think that AI is extremely useful for things that take up way too much time
Yeah.
that we could do. We could do it, but it takes way too much time. So let it be a tool that assists us, but it should not be replacing anything that requires human touch, compassion, empathy, anything that is for connection, or meaning, art especially, um, should not have anything to do with AI, like at all,
Mhm.
because
Yeah.
we're losing touch with our humanity.
Like I think like what just you just mentioned there, losing touch with our humanity. They're like our social interactions have been like literally cut in half. Like I remember, being a kid and being outside literally all day. Like there was,
Wait,
you
so
know,
do
like,
we support Donald Trump?
What?
uh,
It's a child; they need to be kicked.
um, yeah, no, like our social interactions have been like cut down to a point where it's like, um, you got these dating apps and all this kind of stuff, and the interaction with one another, like I heard somewhere where like there's like a now like a an anxiety disorder for people who hear the phone ring that they'd rather text, that they don't want to talk on the phone now, like they're so reliant on this texting that the social interaction has been cut to a point where we just don't care for it much anymore, right? So, losing our humanity with this technology and where it's going, um, is it too far gone, or can we draw it back to a point where it benefits us to where we're not going to be reliant on these screens in our faces for the rest of
Mhm.
our lives, right? It's I'm like
Yeah.
I kind of agree with the boomer generation and saying, oh fuck, my dad, when I worked with him, would you get that fucking phone out of your face, Corey? Holy shit. Like, geez, like you always got your phone in your face, like, God damn it, put that fucking phone away, it's like, and I look back at that, and I look back at my old man saying that, I'm like, he really did have a point, man. I was lost in that goddamn thing, right?
Sure. Yeah, I think it's tough, man. I mean, like I think it's like with moderation kind of thing, and I think that the problem is I think that you have like a lot more. I don't know, man. Computers felt like it's like the internet took a long time, like in order to actually make an impact in society. Like I was on the internet in the late '90s, and yeah, I felt like I was telling people that the internet was like an interesting thing that's going to be a big impact in our society, and so like 2000s, and it's like trying to convince people versus ChatGPT is out there. They had what 500 million users within the first month or something insane like that, and then they have, it's just ubiquitous, like boom, like everywhere. It is wild. I think it's so you it's so directly capable of improving productivity for companies and individuals alike that I think that it's just that's why it's popped up everywhere. I don't know, like Renee, what do you think about like how do we regulate it? So for example, like in marketing,
Hmm.
we actually regulated TV, where you couldn't sell Spider-Man action figures with Spider-Man like TV shows. Like you couldn't do that on the ad break, So it's like we have regulated toys and TV like way more than we've ever regulated the internet, and the internet is still, I feel
Hmm.
like, pretty full blown. So, what do you think?
Um, well, I don't know. I see where you're going with that, and I think I tend to agree. I think that it's totally possible, but we're going to need to have we're going to have different representation in Congress to be able to do that. Um, I think we're going to need um, I think we're going to need like AI ethicists to have more of a say, and we're going to have to like really regulate these companies that have so much unfettered greed. But I think if I can kind of go back to the point of like I I think that we really could have a completely dystopian view of what's going to happen. Um, I think that, we could see it going all the way to Wall-E and stuff,
Yeah.
but I also think like what I'm seeing is, especially in millennials, elder millennials, which is my age group, is that people are paying attention to like what happens in their bodies when they have too much screen time, and they're making different choices. They're not in like a lot of areas where people will get really serious about like addiction and what it costs them, as they have painful experiences. They decide, okay, I'm going to do something different, and they start intentionally seeking out third spaces and connecting with people in real life. I'm seeing that happen now. I'm one of those people.
Yeah.
And I think that, or I want to hope that we will see such detrimental effects from so much screen time and such lack of connection. I mean, we're already seeing it in the quote unquote male loneliness epidemic, but to tie back to the previous conversation, but um, I want to hope that we're going to like have a wake up call, and the people who cannot connect, like if I'm going to be like really stark about this, they're not going to they're in terms of evolution, they're not going to survive.
Can I hop in here real quick?
Yeah, go for it. Sure.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm just a normal person. I don't have a PhD or anything like that. But I feel like my experience has been a lot different than that. I think using AI as a tool and being able to, when someone said we feel like our connections with other people have been cut in half, that's a positive for me. And that's a positive for a lot of other introverts. So making these broad generalizations, people are going to be, less face to face. People are not going to be talking to each other more. Some people find that as a positive.
Well, those
And
are
I
the
think
exceptions.
I'm an introvert too. Like, yeah.
There's always
Yeah.
exceptions.
I think that process of knowing what place that has in your life, of like having those connections and realizing, okay, it's good for me and it's good for my career and it's good for my mental health to have connections with other people face to face, but understanding like those boundaries for yourself is completely individualized to different people. But I think AI as a tool in general, and how much it will improve so many people's lives, not only in their jobs and how they can do 2 minutes worth of research using AI that would have taken a doctor back in the 1900s days to look through different journals. I think that benefit is way more than the negative impacts of more screen time.
But,
I think
Can I put something out there?
So-
Like you mentioned jobs.
One second.
And,
I just have to clear there. I just have to say, like, as an expert in molecular biology and my field and all that kind of stuff, I can ask like ChatGPT. It was ChatGPT 4. That was the model that I used. I haven't asked this with Gemini, but like the new Gemini 3 might be completely different. But like the hallucinations on stuff that's like fundamental. Like I asked it, like, how do you precipitate and like what would be the extraction procedure for DNA, genomic DNA in a yeast cell? Just give it to me, and then like you can compare it to an actual like published one, and it's like hilarious the stuff that it gets wrong. So it's not 100% perfect. But go ahead, pro-choice.
Yeah, no, potatoes there. Yeah, no, I'm an islander here in Canada, and our main industry is potatoes. So I love your name. But no, you mentioned jobs, and here in Canada, in one of our biggest cities, in Alberta, Calgary, I heard on the radio there that they're turning 10 office buildings into apartments. So this working from home thing like really took off during COVID, and like literally, this is like 10 this next little while, like a couple of years ago after COVID kind of died down there were literally empty skyscrapers, right? That they built to have these thousands of people work in these little cubicles and stuff, right? Like something that we were never meant to do. And the work from home kind of thing came, and AI is just going to, I think, put that at a Mach speed to where we're going to get more time at home, and we're going to, utilize it to a point where I hope that, it will give us more time at home, and we kind of go back to our roots where we, have our own gardens, have our own chicken coops, and, our own dairy cow in the backyard and stuff, right? Like going back to our roots, I think is going to be, you know, fun to experience. Like I know when I was a kid, gardens were a thing. So like, if this AI goes directly, as good as we can do it, go back to our roots and have the, the chicken coops and gardens.
Yeah,
Can I
Cass.
hop in?
Yeah, Cass, how's it going?
It's going good. How are you tonight, Greg?
Good. Welcome up.
I just wanted to hop in on the conversation, especially about jobs, because one of the hot topics in America right now about AI is the potential for AI to replace teachers, like completely replacing the education system.
Here's hoping.
And I think that when we already look at the statistics for how students are learning and how they're not learning properly because of the ratio between students to teachers, and then what Greg just said about how like AI does have a lot of misinformation behind it, when we look at the like capabilities or the possibility of AI completely taking over the teaching career, it would be very detrimental to students, because even if like I can ask AI how to solve an equation, yeah, it's going to show me how to solve this equation, but am I genuinely going to understand the process behind it, or am I just going to understand that it gave me the answer? And we can already see that like statistically children learn better hands-on with one-on-one instruction. And so if we can already see that and already see that our education system is failing because of the lack of amount of teachers per student, what could we predict would happen when it comes to removing all physical teachers and replacing them without any kind of human interaction? And then to go further into that, when we look at like the way that the media and the government uses AI, I mean, for instance, we have a president right now who literally made an AI video of him dropping poop on citizens, like on civilians that were practicing their First Amendment right of protesting. And so when we're talking about like how AI is going to be used and how these news medias are using AI articles that are completely baseless and completely factless, and people are taking it because it's coming from AP News or it's coming from a quote unquote reliable news station, but it's completely false. And we can already see like Sora videos that people see, and it might be an innocent video of a dog pulling another dog out of the street. They take that as reality. It's already changing our perception on reality. And when we get too far into that without regulation, it's going to be so easy for the government and media to use AI to further deceive the citizens and to really just push misinformation that's going to be harmful.
I agree. And I think when you were talking about all the hallucinations and it being used in schools, I don't know, it just brings to mind again, I think that this was released to the public way too soon for greedy reasons. They wanted us to train their models, but they were so irresponsible with it. Like this, we should not have had the kind of access that we did, but also the people who do have access should be highly, highly regulated.
And we can already see where it's like quite literally taking human lives. I mean, there was a 13-year-old boy who was like talking to AI, and AI inevitably instructed this little boy to take his own life.
Jeez.
I remember that.
Yeah, it's pretty
Remember that.
crazy. Mary, how's it going?
Oh yeah, I'm doing very good. How are you?
Cool, man. What were your thoughts?
Well, I mean, I think that neither of these people have probably much experience with using AI. If they're saying that it was released too soon, then I don't think they know what they're talking about. The first models that were ever released, like ChatGPT 3 and the first Gemini models, they were extremely basic, just conversational models, and they couldn't even, they had extremely strict guardrails. They would have never said anything like having you end your own, I'm not going to get into semantics here, but like that just wouldn't have happened. I think what you're referencing is this one site, CAI or whatever, and I wouldn't even consider that site AI, honestly. That's a joke, to be honest.
Well, we're speaking as a whole. So what do you mean when you say that it's highly regulated?
Well, I mean, like, I didn't say anything about it being regulated. You said something about it being highly regulated, which I don't
Okay.
think there's
All
any.
I'm saying it should be, and you said it had great guardrails.
Well, they used to have, well, I mean, I think they still do have pretty good guardrails nowadays, but that's more like at the company's discretion rather than regulated legally. But
So
like
are
that,
has it been released ethically or out of greed?
I would say ethically. I mean, not out of greed. There's no reason that they would need to, add these guardrails since it's not legally required. So them adding them, I would
So
say, is an
everything's
ethical thing.
fine.
I think that they should.
Everything's
They should. I mean,
Yeah.
basically how they describe this is that like the unedited, you could ask it any question, how to unalive yourself in the quickest way possible with the lowest amount of money. Like that knows the answer, instantly. And basically all the companies do is guardrail the what it's supposed to say to you, and those guardrails, where the company places them, isn't up to any type of regulation from the government, right? So I think that is something Renee's talking about, and I totally agree that there has to be some way that they can be administered, right? That we have some say as a society what we allow these things to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, yeah, they do have ways of being regulated within their own companies. I mean, obviously, a company that's unethical and that's doing a lot of bad choices, their AI is telling people to do this and that's harmful to themselves. They're not going to be profitable. And so in the end, people aren't going to use their product. That's why companies like OpenAI and Google and XAI, who, they put these guardrails in place, despite the fact that they're not legal to or legally required to. They're still profitable and make a lot of money. Another point that I would like to raise is these regulations are a slippery slope. Once we start regulating AI, then suddenly we won't be able to have image generation. Suddenly we won't be able to have conversational AI. Suddenly it won't be able to read articles without having some sort of approval or this or that. And so eventually
That sounds
we're going
great
to
to
need
me.
licenses.
That sounds perfect.
What? That sounds perfect? Really?
Yeah, it sounds
Yeah, but I was thinking,
perfect
like,
to
what do
me.
the regulations look like?
AI to generate like CP.
That's not a thing that happens. Maybe
there are
like
currently
it
people
might
who
have
are
happened in like
incarcerated
very
for
rare
it.
instances whenever
Everything
image
is
generation was
possible.
first being tested, but not like I don't think that's something that happens.
There are several people who are currently incarcerated for AI generated CP. This has been
Okay,
going
and
on
if
for
they're
years.
incarcerated, then yeah, I mean it probably doesn't happen any longer because of the guardrails that I was mentioning.
No, you can
But
go on perchance. There's no guardrails on perchance.
on
Do
what?
any query on perchance. Perchance.ai org is
Are you sure you want to share that?
it's the reality of it.
All right.
You're
fair
saying
enough.
there isn't any. There's a site that is completely unguardrailed.
Okay.
Yeah, I
and
think
that's-
I think
nobody
that
can
you're
tell
not
them to make that
aware
much money.
of whose feedback is this?
I think it's Marie.
Was it me?
Okay, can I give it
It might
Renee and
be-
then
it might
Cass,
be the way
please?
that it might be the way that I'm holding my phone. I was cupping the microphone at the bottom where the speakers are. I'll change my grip.
Okay.
It's okay. We'll just mute until we speak, and then we'll go. Yeah, I'm curious Cass's thoughts.
So I definitely think like when we're talking about guardrails, when we don't have any kind of like set legal standard, it is left up to companies and corporations. And when we can see that companies and corporations really only care about profit, they're not going to care how their AI is being used as long as it is being used and they're generating a profit from it. And so we can see that there are several instances where it's being used in harmful ways for CP, for telling people and instructing people how to unalive themselves or to unalive other people. And these guardrails that are quote unquote in place, even though they're not legally required, that's the problem, is that there should be a minimal requirement on these guardrails and on these regulations, so that way we're making sure that these things aren't occurring. And to say that, oh, it only happens in a few rare instances, that's not true. We can see that for the past 5 years, people have been taking photos of children off of Facebook, off of TikTok, off of Instagram, putting them into AI-generated image creators and video creators and creating disturbing images and disturbing videos of these children with these apps. And nothing has been done to these apps. These individuals are held accountable because it's the individual that's doing it. But we're still not seeing any kind of federal or even state legislation or regulation on what these AI apps or chatbots can actually do or generate.
Yeah, I mean, we have like
So-
tons
Yeah, I
of
don't
we
understand
have
why-
tons of regulations for marketing. You know, we have the FCC has regulations on toys are banned from being on the same shows, you know, ad commercials, for example. It's like, you know, humans are easy to manipulate, and we understand that. We understand that marketers and businesses are going to try to exploit people. So, like, why don't we regulate the AI that could be used to exploit people? Right, Mary?
I'll mention that in a second, but I would like to bring up something that Cass said, talking about there's niche instances in which AI was telling people to do harmful things to themselves or making disturbing content. Those are niche instances, very, very specific, isolated incidents, and you're acting like it's a common thing that happens all the time, when factually it's not. Those are very reprehensible actions that people and the companies, they should be held accountable for that 100%. And if I'm not mistaken, the companies, you know, the people were held responsible. They're incarcerated now, and also the companies, if I'm not mistaken, they were fined a very large amount for what happened.
The companies are not being held responsible, and this reprehensible stuff is happening every day.
But another thing I'd like to bring up as well, on the same topic, you're talking about these niche, isolated incidents.
No.
This has only happened.
It's not isolated.
Maybe a handful of times. I could say, using your same logic, let's say if a single, you know, if a crazy person were to get a firearm and they were to go pew pew up a crowd in an isolated incident, should we ban all guns because of that?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, in some regards we should too, or we should hold the manufacturers liable. But no, completely separate. This isn't some niche thing. This is something that's happening on thousands of times every day. It's highly replicable. These kids and teenagers are sharing these things, these prompts and whatnot to get around the quote unquote guardrails. So no, this is not some niche crazy thing with crazy people. This is happening every day. Can you provide
me a source on that?
You can look it up.
Actually,
yeah, sure, we will.
You can do your own research. You sound like you're a do your own research type of camp kind of guy, so just do your own research.
Sure, I will.
Yeah, and I don't love you coming. I don't love you coming on here. I don't love you coming on here and speaking to me and Cass, saying that we obviously have no experience in tech when you have no idea. You don't even know what's going on.
What do you mean I have no idea?
And you're definitely pro-capitalism.
My job is 100%, like, I work in the AI sector.
Really? Yeah, what do you do?
I work for Litos as counterintelligence.
I don't know what that is. Cool. That's nice.
It's not, like, identifiable, and I can say that, and yeah. But anyway, I have a lot of experience with AI. I've been using it since the start. I've been a premium ChatGPT user to OpenAI. I've supported the project since the ground up, and I've been on multiple beta projects. I've worked with Google in the past on internships on AI projects before I started at Lido Security, multiple other different things. So I have a lot of experience with artificial intelligence as a whole.
So the FBI actually released a statement in early August that declared that CP generation from AI was actually increased 400% in the first half of 2025, that produced over 3,000 plus images of children in unclothed materials.
Correct.
I just don't believe that, because I don't see why Donald Trump's FBI would want to contradict itself.
This is the thing, bro. You don't have to believe things for it to be reality. So, Mr. AI, smart guy, counterintelligence, you would think that someone that's smart enough to be in counterintelligence would understand that, concept.
What are you even talking about?
Well, you're
like
in counterintelligence. You're a very smart guy, so you should understand the concept that just because you don't believe it in your head, it's not reality.
I'd like to add though, those 3,000 images you mentioned there, that's what they know of, right? Like it's
correct.
Yeah, I think like that's just the the iceberg kind of thing, right? What we see, correct. And 3,000 images, it is a small number overall compared to how many people have access to these AI.
Right, that's
apps.
only the amount of images that they were able to prove based off of convictions and people actually getting sentenced for this. But again, correct. These AI technologies and these companies haven't been fined.
Right, and just extrapolate. I mean, we've essentially removed the inhibitors for creating that type of material. Synthetic images are being generated thousands of
Yep.
times every day by these people.
Yeah.
Not
It's
only
out of
those people,
control.
not only those people, not only the PDFs, but actual other teenagers, other children who are doing it maliciously to other girls and other students. They're able to just generate CSAM, automatically.
Mary, I mean, at least you would understand that that would be possible, right? I mean, like, obviously, right? You, with the tools available, that's obviously a possible thing.
Well, with the most commonly available tools, no, it's not a possible thing. With
Why?
OpenAI's tool ChatGPT,
Yes,
with
it is.
XAI's tool
Yes, it
Grok,
is.
with Google
It is
Gemini, it
possible.
certainly is not possible with those
It's
tools, no,
possible
because they
with
have guardrails
every
put in place.
It's totally possible.
I don't.
Not with the
telling you
very
it's
common
possible with
tools.
every
I mean,
single
sure,
tool. With
you might
just
be able to
two
find like a
prompts.
niche. You might be able to find like a niche
No,
website
stop
out
using
there
that word.
that
It's not
uses
niche.
an old, outdated model.
ChatGPT. I can get on ChatGPT upgraded right now. I can go through two prompts and I can start getting illegal, illicit, whatever I want.
And you know this for a fact. How? That's kind of suspect.
Well, call me suspect, but when you do this type of research, it is what it is.
I mean, I have
Is it
tried.
my fault? Is it my fault that it gave me felonies? No, it's not.
I have.
The company should be held
So
liable.
you've done this before?
I've tried with
CSAM,
myself.
but all
I've
kinds
tried
of
with
felonies.
myself, like just to see if I could actually like do it, and like from what I see with Mary, like Mary's right, well, at least with ChatGPT and Gemini. From what I can see, it doesn't generate the image. It'll say like I cannot do that. That is not something that I can do. I think that there is totally models out there that are completely probably publicly available. I don't know what they are, but
The regular
I'm sure you can find like
mainstream
old open
models
source
with
models
just
or like some Chinese unregulated models. 'Cause
No,
China
no,
pumps out a
no,
huge
no,
number of
no,
AI
no.
models.
Google Gemini right now. Now, I'm not encouraging anyone to do it, but just from my experience with chemistry and some of the things that would be illegal to distribute the knowledge of how to do chemically, you can get that in Google Gemini with two prompts you can get through. Like there's so many different ways to get through. It's not even about like, oh, my grandma used to do this. Like you really just give it two different prompts and you're through for anything. I mean, it's that easy.
Well, all right. I mean, I feel like I'm being backed into a corner on this whole AI thing. I feel like it goes to one of my base core values as being a libertarian, that I don't think that the government should overreach and regulate that thing, where the people, the market, should be able to freely regulate those things. As people, like I said before, the most popular tools, XAI, OpenAI, and Google, those tools are being used in ways where the guardrails are in place. But one thing, and a topic that I shortly brought up a little bit ago, that I think would be a pretty, I'm sure you guys don't like to jump around, but we're starting to get in a circular argument here. One topic that I think you guys would like to talk about, gun control. How do you guys feel about like gun control? Like, what extent do you think the government should reach?
Here in Canada, we're doing pretty well. I think compared to America, Canada's doing fantastic. I mean,
Yeah, with a population of like.
Oh, I don't think
way less.
I don't think the population would matter here. I think you could equal the population here in Canada, and just the way that we have been, our culture and stuff. We're not amosexuals, as I like to call them.
I think China's a great example too.
Yeah, like Canada here, like the reason why I use Canada and America is because we share the longest unguarded border in the world, right? And like our cultures are very similar in the way that we've been neighbors our entire existence, but yet like there has never been a school shooting in Canada ever.
Montreal.
Is that true? I don't think that's true.
Oh, maybe one or two, but I mean, like compared to we've had our mass shootings and stuff like that. But I mean, like when you look at the numbers and you look at how us being neighbors, how is it so different? Why is it so different?
If you don't mind me asking,
just real quick,
actually,
one second,
I
just
won't
1 second. We can. I just want to, before we go on, I looked up what Cass was talking about. So enough abuse, which is state laws criminalizing AI generated or computer edited CSAM, And then the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, NCMEC, reports that it received 67,000 reports of AI-generated CSAM in all of 2024 and received 485,000 in the first half of 2025, a 624% increase. And this number is expected to grow exponentially. So in regards to this, 45 states do have laws that criminalize AI-generated or computer-generated or modified CSAM. The 5 that don't include Alaska, Colorado, Massachusetts, Ohio, Vermont, and Washington, D.C. So,
of course, it's Ohio. As a fellow Ohioan, of course, Ohio is not going to be on that. But does it specify on whether or not the criminality is only to the individual or if it's also to the platform? Because from my understanding, it's only to the individual from the sources that I've seen.
Oh yeah. That's that one. It's for the individual for sure, because they have all these websites have. I forget what number it is, what clause it is, but basically they're like the window frame. They're not the window, so they don't get held accountable for what goes through here.
Which is crazy. It's not Facebook. But for Mr. Libertarian here, I have to ask a very serious question. How would the marketplace regulate tools being used for CSAM?
Sure, people would call out these tools that are being used unethically in very public ways. People will see, oh, this company is unethical. They're not doing things to stop this. And then they'll stop supporting that company. They'll move on to the next company, which is something that we saw with XAI. We saw in the very early stages of Grok with that, Mecha Hitler, all that stuff. People stopped using Grok, started using ChatGPT instead. The share prices, well, they're not publicly traded companies, but the valuation of XAI as a whole started dropping. People stopped using their product. They started getting a lot of controversy. They started putting in some guardrails, making Grok more politically correct, and then they got their users back, and now they're consistently in the top 3 of
but they
best AI models.
But they just enabled spicy mode. Like, what are you talking about? They have spicy mode.
Yeah, he literally just said nothing. He literally just said a bunch of words to say that the tool is still going to exist and you can still do the same things on the tool.
The thing is, you can't. Elon Musk just says that because
I'd also like to point out that you said people will call them out and then things will change. But we're trying to call them out right now, and you're coming on here and saying, no, they're fine. What are you talking about? You don't know what you're talking about. Yes, we do.
Mary, you don't.
Yes, we do. I have to go. So I would just like to say one last thing. I'd like to say one last thing. You are obviously, you may say you're libertarian, but really you are pro-capitalism. You are people at the pro-billionaire. And you have another thing coming. I don't think you have enough life experience. You think I don't work in tech, but I don't think you have enough life experience to see how detrimental it is to put greed ahead of humanity. I'm out.
Okay. Listen, I hate to insult you, Renee. I know you're probably leaving, but with all due respect, I know she left, but with all due respect, Apple tech support isn't a tech job.
With all due respect, buddy, you don't sound like you're up to speed on any of these things either.
That's your prerogative.
With all due respect, half the shit you said isn't worth the velvet paint of a whale on a dolphin.
Also, something that I would like to mention, something that Greg brought up about the over 500,000 reports. I will say that I'm sure that a lot of those reports are true. However, these companies in their chats, they use AI moderation, kind of like how TikTok does. Like if I were to, say something bad, TikTok AI would flag me and remove me from the live. These chats have those exact same things. I'm sure you could generate in the early days of image generation. I'm sure that you were able to generate an image of a mountain that looked vaguely like some private parts, and then the AI would look at that and be like, hey, this is some bad image. Let's report that.
Okay, so right now, in the age of chat moderation by AI, which you think has gone so far, have you never seen these bots that'll come in here, or these people that'll freaking say, they have ways to get around it. They sit here and say this N-word produces CP and stuff like that.
I don't really ever.
You've never seen that?
I mean, there's this one guy
because you haven't
watching
seen it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Because
I see trolls every so often, and I see people say slurs every so often, but they get removed from the live almost immediately, and
But you're sitting here saying that the AI is going to stop it from being seen or stop it from being created, or the guardrails isn't going to allow it to happen. But here we have very clear examples of it happening. And so somehow you think it's not happening for even worse things that people can like make money on distributing, and they have entire little communities of psychopaths, you know, doing these types of things. It's just very crazy that you would think that, you know, this doesn't exist for whatever reason.
A perfect example of that is like AI's algorithm is supposed to be built in, and AI can see past your green screen on what you're doing on your camera. Like the green screen is integrated and they can see what you're doing, which is why if you're like smoking on TikTok, even if you have a green screen, you will still sometimes get taken down. A perfect example of the way people bypass this, there was literally a girl in Indiana who is currently like going through investigation because she was on TikTok live while driving, which is completely against the algorithm, and their algorithm is supposed to take it down, who hit an unalived a man while driving.
Oh my gosh.
Correct. I can't tell you how many times just scrolling through these TikToks at night, I've done seen nips, I done seen lips, I done seen it all.
Can we switch over to gun control here? I'd like to hear what Marie had to say there. Like, I mean, Canada and America is such a stark difference between gun usage. Like, do you think there's a reason for that?
I think it's because the Democrats that run large cities don't want to actually police their cities properly. I mean, like, all right, and I know that you're probably going to want to jump into this and say a lot of things. Let's talk about Baltimore. Baltimore has a Democratic leader. They they instituted concealed carry, and the homicide rates in Baltimore have gone down significantly this year. And I would
think that's a one kind of example kind of thing, right? Like, if you
no. Wait, pause. You're hitting them in the wrong place. Let's not talk about blue cities, because majority of the deaths from weapons is happening in rural red counties.
Thank you.
You're just not putting the math together.
Like,
right.
If you look really deep into it, and you don't just go left or right kind of thing. It's a, like, obviously, like, if you want to look into the stats and where the real gun violence is, there is a lion's share that is held, but let's not put it left or right. Let's just see like, why is it such a stark difference between the two countries? I mean, like, don't say Democrat,
we don't have
say
to,
Republican.
I mean, we can just look in within the.
Asking, is that an AI overview?
Yeah, it is.
Greg?
Yeah, it is.
Would you? I'm not trying to call you, because obviously I support AI. I'm sure a lot of that's correct. But would you mind showing me a graph of homicide rates from this year in Baltimore, Maryland?
So this is
year to date.
So this is
Bro,
this is better. No, listen.
Wait,
This is
yeah,
I listen. Time.
Sorry.
I'm a scientist, so I'm actually uniquely capable of actually giving you this. Per capita is the better metric in order to understand this data. So that's why we're bringing this up. So St. Louis, Missouri, I mean, that's the highest deaths per capita. New Orleans, second highest. Memphis, Baltimore, Detroit,
yes, but
Kansas City.
This isn't doing the math right, because they're comparing cities. If you take the same areas in red states, for example, and you collect all these rural counties and add them up to the same populations, you're going to see significantly more deaths from those weapons, especially when you include deaths of despair, aka self-liquidation.
Yeah.
S-sides,
Now, can I say something that might be not controversial to you guys, but controversial to people who might be on my side? I actually do support red flag laws.
Okay, yeah, but I mean, red flag laws, I mean, like...
Yeah, I mean, I know they're not the end-all, be-all, and I will say, like, I would say that the most realistic solution, because people want to bring up these temporary solutions, and then they want to bring up these more permanent solutions that require more change and would put more shock on society. But I feel like we need to find a solution where we implement these temporary solutions as we transition over to a more permanent solution.
Okay, but
that's substantially better.
I mean,
but why do you think, like, I mean, like, we did recently have a gun ban here in Canada, and like, it was the list was pretty long, and there's still guns being turned in, and they're still taking guns from houses and whatnot. But that like just because of that gun ban, like, well before the gun ban even occurred, we didn't have mass shootings or school shootings or whatever, right? So like we didn't even really need the gun ban in order to to wrangle in our usage of guns. So dude,
I
like
think that kind of goes down to like the cultural and like the legal aspect of it too, because in America, right, like in Canada, when it came to firearms, it was never like a constitutional right. It was always just like a legal protection or a
yeah.
legal ordinance. Whereas in America, it's in our constitution. So there is this heavy culture around, well, it's my constitutional right,
Well,
and you can't come and take it from me. And then even more so, like when we talk about the mass unalivings in the US due to guns, we see how glorified the actual suspects and perpetrators of these things are. I mean, if we look at just the last 4 mass school shooters, they all were obsessed and literally like worshipped like Columbine, the Parkland shooter. Like they all, in the way that the media covers these things, it's like we get 10 minutes for the victims and then we get a 2-hour long segment on this suspect. And when we look at like the mental health epidemic in the US and we see that these people are very lonely, they don't have any mental health resources, and they see this person finally getting recognized on the news, they glorify it.
Can I fire back on that mental health thing? Because like Canada, we're just as behind in our mental health as well here. Like we have some really big holes in our mental health healthcare here, and like I have a very hit home example. My first cousin, he committed suicide because he got kicked out of a mental health hospital and then was sent home. And like yeah, so I think blaming it on mental health is a cop out.
I'm not
And
no,
blaming it
it's
solely on mental health.
oh
I
no,
think the culture surrounding it, and then when you add in the mental health and the lack of mental health resources in America, like my brother was somebody who planned a school pew-pewing. He never
wow.
went through with it, but he also
oh
never
wow.
got any kind of mental health resources for it, and never seen any kind of like legal ramifications for it either. He had a manifesto, he took a weapon to school that he bought
Jesus.
off of the streets, and nothing ever happened to him. And so like I'm not saying it's a mental health epidemic alone, but I think when you take the culture of guns in America and then you add in the fact that our society is so denying and so lacking of mental health resources, and you mix those things
Yeah, the
together
perfect storm.
with the media
Access.
like glorifying it, it makes the perfect storm. What you just said,
Yeah,
it makes the perfect storm and the perfect equation for these things to happen.
It's access to
and I think
firearms,
like
basically. You can have similar states with similar, cities that are next to each other that only differentiate by the state. So then they have different access laws and requirements,
Right.
and just that added access makes the firearm stuff go way up. And this
I mean, not
was
only
the.
that, but
Go ahead, bro.
you can have stricter in the same state. You can have a quote unquote blue city that has more strict laws, but they're just coming from, outside of the city because there's no stronger laws there to prevent it from happening.
Yeah.
yeah, like
100%. And when we take into like consideration that like the gun laws aren't like standard across the state or across the country. Like for instance, I've lived in Ohio and Texas, both of which did away with CCW and allow for constitutional carry, where anybody over the age of 21 can conceal carry a firearm
that's
without
scary.
having to get a CCW. And like, yeah, you can claim that there are some benefits to that because being able to conceal the weapon may lead to less induced panic, yada, yada, yada. But then you also have to look at the harm that that can cause. How many
Everybody's
people,
everybody's a
Right.
suspect at that point.
right? And
Like
Yeah, that's exactly right. Anytime the cops are coming into contact with people, and then you see the example of in Nevada, that road rage incident where that 22-year-old dude, who I'm sure he was it's my rights, I gotta have blah blah blah,
we had
pewed
one
into
of
the
those
back
in
of that
Fort Worth
car.
just recently. A woman literally emptied a whole clip into another girl's car
God damn.
for
Yeah,
road rage.
it's like the Wild West over there, guys.
And
Like
then
I
you look
see it.
at like the technology in America. Like y'all know how easy it is to get a cheap 3D printer online and 3D print firearm parts.
Yeah, I was scared when that came into play. The little 3D gun.
I mean, that's the thing is that I honestly think that the 3D printer access, like I don't even know if you would want, even if you had a president that would want to, like a mass buyback or something like that. I mean, it would help like minimize some access, but if you're really really dedicated, that you could just 3D print it. I don't
Oh
know.
yeah, we seen it when the drum mag restriction went into place, right? Where like certain states banned drum mags. That didn't stop people from buying these drum mags or creating these drum mags. It created a new market on the black market for people 3D printing them. I can't count like when Ohio did their restrictions on drum mags specifically. You could literally go on Facebook Marketplace and find 3D printed drum mags that were just listed as drums because of the slight restrictions. I mean, you can go on Facebook Marketplace and buy a firearm, and it's just going to be advertised as the firearm case.
Hey, but
And
that's
Cass,
so crazy that the AI didn't catch it, this almighty AI that there's no way that we could get through the guardrails.
And Cass, it's funny you say that about them banning drum mags, and then there starting to be a massive black market. You raise a great point there. Once we ban firearms, what's going to happen instead of there being a regulated market where we can keep track of who has what and what they're doing with what firearms? It's instead going to create a black market, which already exists in these blue cities and these blue states, where sadistic individuals are going to be able to get their hands on firearms and be able to commit reprehensible acts with that.
Ohio is a red state.
I'm not talking about Ohio.
I was talking about Ohio, and you brought up blue states. So like,
Yeah, but you're talking about the ban. You're talking about the ban on drum mags
that happened in Ohio
and other states as well.
Yeah, I was specifically talking about Ohio, and even if it creates this black market, that goes into a further discussion of, again, these companies that are allowing people to promote and sell these things on their websites. Facebook was one of the number one. Like, again, you can go on Facebook in any state and find a firearm for purchase just by it being advertised as the firearm case. And even when you talk about, I can go pull up. That's how I was 17. I was 17, and I will be the first to admit that I was irresponsible when I did this. I did it to protect myself from an abusive ex at the time. I was 17 when I bought my first firearm, a hand firearm at that, and I bought it off of Facebook Marketplace. It was a Smith & Wesson, and it was because it was advertised as the case. And you know how many different ones that I found? I bought 4 firearms that were hand firearms before the age of 21.
Bro, it's irrelevant.
And if you don't mind me asking, how long ago was this?
I'm 24 now, so it's been, and even before I was 21, it happened all the way. I bought my first one when I was 17. I bought my second one right after I turned 18, and then I bought 3 more from the age of 20 to 21. After I turned 21, I got rid of all of them. I sold them to a legal firearms store, and then went and purchased my first legal firearm.
But like, I just think that the access to them, like Marie said there, if you start banning guns, they'll just get them on the black market. Well, how freaking hard is it to get them on the black market? How much are they on the black market? Come on, man. Like, seriously, like, get them out of these freaking ammo-sexual stores and all this stuff where you can have access to these freaking, an armory or arsenal worth of bullets and whatever else. Like, banning guns works. It really does, man. For the problem that America is going through.
Does.
Look at other countries. Look at Australia.
Like New Zealand, where they had, where semi-automatic weapons were legal. Sorry. Sorry, can you repeat what you said? You were kind of glitching out there.
Every other country, if you're going to point to the one instance, the one horrific
you see, that's what homosexuals love doing.
Yeah, like that one thing.
We have that every week.
30 years.
Yeah,
we have that every week in the U.S.
What I'm talking about is how they had
It's happening every hour in America.
Something happened. They passed legislation to ban firearms, but the problem still isn't solved.
Yes, it is.
The problem is solved.
You think the problem is solved?
No, I don't think the problem is solved. Go look at the numbers.
Don't say knives. Please do not say knives.
That's not what I'm saying. Mass pupillings were never a very common thing in New Zealand. One very tragic one just so happened to happen. But if you look at, I'm sure you've never been to New Zealand. I go to New Zealand like multiple times per year. I have business in New Zealand. And so yes, I have property in Christchurch. So I one of the largest cities in New Zealand, if I may add. And so I'm pretty sure I'm uniquely qualified to say that there is a very large amount of violent crime in New Zealand, especially in urban cities. It just doesn't get reported on.
not
Because it's not a
comparable.
very sensational thing.
Wait, okay, hold on. Wait a minute. So you are making the same argument that crimes are happening but not being reported. And we were just saying earlier, hey, there's a bunch of crimes happening with these AIs and all these things. And you're like, I don't believe that.
But what's
Well,
your
guess
point?
what?
Also,
About this
Marie,
crime-
completely
listen,
unrelated things.
my point, buddy, is that crime that you're saying in these urban cities, I don't believe that that's real.
Okay, look it up. I'm sure you're somebody who likes to do their own research.
With people who love their guns is that they think by banning guns it's going to be a solve all. That by banning them it's going to be no gun death. Of course, it's not going to happen, right? But it's a step in the right direction. Like less guns, less gun deaths. I mean that is the most logical thing you can say in this debate.
It's a means to an end, right?
Get it from what? It's like 500,000 or 1 million a year or whatever now. We can get that down to less than 50,000.
Pro-choice, you say it's something that needs to happen. It's a means to an end, right?
Charlie Kirk might still be here.
Well, the whole thing with doing nothing and
Not a fan of
saying
Charlie Kirk.
that you're doing something.
I thought Charlie Kirk was a pretty disingenuous person.
Yeah, that was quite the.
How we felt about him. He might still be here if the people that he was up there arguing against every day would have got to enact some of the laws that they, were trying to do to save people's lives.
But Marie,
maybe if he went to a Republican university instead of a Democratic university, he'd still be alive.
Oh wow! The Democrats are so bad. Yeah,
dude,
we're so violent.
No. I was just trying to match the energy. I'm not even a fan of Charlie Kirk. I never liked him.
But the whole thing, Marie, is like, do you think banning guns would cut the gun deaths down in America?
No, honestly, no. I think it would make it a lot worse. I think a lot of people would lash out, and
lose your skull.
I think a lot of people would lash out. I think the political violence would get a lot worse, and I think it might cause a civil war.
Dude, okay? So then you just call the POTUS calls National Guard. Boom, tanks in the streets. What's wrong?
All right, no, yeah,
what's wrong with that?
I agree with that. No, one thing.
So because are you against that in the United Trump doing that now?
What?
Because like obviously, I mean, POTUS now has the capabilities to disregard entire amendments because like he has disregarded so much, so many amendments already. So we have that capability. So the president could come in and just say, I don't like the Second Amendment and they're illegal because they're illegal now, and I'm gonna go through and boom. So all these illegal cities.
Are you referencing when he tried to direct his DOJ to remove the rights of transgender Americans from owning firearms?
Wait, I'm talking about the multiple times, and I'm talking about the multiple times. I'm talking about the multiple times that Trump has said no, like you don't have an amendment here. I don't care what it says. I'm going to do what it says, what I want. Like the naturalized citizen amendment, he's just completely disregarded it.
No, he's just fucking shit up.
Greg, if you don't mind me interjecting,
please,
hold on.
Please.
You think
please
think that I know this is your live. I'm sorry if you're interrupting. I'm not trying to be.
Go
like
for it.
Greg,
Go. You can go. Hang yourself. Go ahead.
He will.
It's my live. I'm taking over. No, I'm kidding. So pro-choice. You said that.
You're talking to me.
Well, pro-choice said something
You're talking
that
to
I
me.
wanted to reply to. So okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead. What was your point? He said something that I directly wanted to reply to. You started speaking. I wasn't really paying attention to what you were saying because I wanted to reply to what he said. So, I'm sorry. If you don't mind me, could you repeat what you said?
Sorry, yeah, what was that?
Real fast that you keep calling him Greg. My boy has a PhD. He's earned the respect.
It's okay. That's fine. You don't have to do that. It's okay.
No. I'll give him the respect he deserves.
The point that I was making is that the president of the United States now has the power in multiple ways. Trump has shown that he can disregard amendments that are lawful, that are in the Constitution. He's disregarded them multiple times. The biggest being the 14th Amendment with the naturalized citizens. And he just decided that he didn't want to accept that. And by the way, even in Sotomayor's dissent, She even says this, that they are paving a way so that this exact same thing can happen. And you basically have a POTUS come in and say disregard the Second Amendment. Now all these guns are illegal. And Trump has also said and established that he has the National Guard capabilities with POTUS in order to call his military if needed, in order to be deployed in American cities, and National Guard to be doing that same thing. So, Trump has basically outlined the capability for the next president to basically ban guns.
Yeah, I mean, you're making a good point for me, because I could make the same argument with Joe Biden saying that he wants to ban guns and ban assault weapons.
We're talking about actual things that have actually happened. No. We're talking about things that have actually happened.
Trump never passed any laws or any executive orders to remove birthright citizenship. He directed his government to try and see if they could.
That's not what Greg. That's not what the doctor is saying.
What are you talking about?
What he's saying is.
So he's coming up with a hypothetical situation.
A hypothetical? It's literally going to the Supreme Court right now. They've had multiple juries,
because things are up to interpretation. The Constitution can change.
Oh my gosh! Exactly. So the Second Amendment can be interpreted. Yes, because
in 1776, when it was first signed, the founding fathers weren't expecting millions and millions of people to come in here and abuse their rights to be able to get
guns. Exactly.
This is the problem with libertarians, bro.
And you
so
are
Marie, like you said, there'd be like a an uprising of the population if there was a buyback or making guns illegal. Do you think the strongest country militarily really gives a shit about if there's an uprising for the population?
I mean, 1.6 million active duty service members versus potentially 50 million plus.
Dude, you haven't done the necessary reading on this. No, you haven't. No, you haven't.
Contingencies.
No,
How many gun owners are there?
I'm talking about Heller 2008. I'm talking about the actual justice, reading, the SCOTUS decisions here. I'm not talking about how many times you've massaged your sweet 22.
When Donald Trump. That was funny. I'll give you that. That was funny. So you're referencing when Donald Trump tried to direct his DOJ to remove transgender Americans, right? What the hell was that?
No, bro.
Dude, you're lost, bro. You're so lost. What's going on here? You gotta
mute your mic because you're getting.
What the hell was that?
Thank you. He's talking about how Donald Trump right now, through an executive order just this year, tried to eliminate the 13th and 14th Amendments of the Constitution. And now that is being argued. Well, not the 13th.
That's absolutely false.
Just the 14th. And now that's being argued against, the Supreme Court.
Buddy, what are you talking about?
Yeah, not the 13th, the 14th.
He corrected himself.
Yeah, I corrected myself. But you can't take away the shit from the slaves. That's ain't got no slaves to take it from.
I mean, he's done that. I don't know. He's literally gone to SCOTUS saying it. They already had a SCOTUS decision a couple months ago, and basically that was the case for whether or not a district court judge has the power over the president of the United States in order to stop him in his executive capacity, in order to in the execution of the laws. If a district court judge has the power over the president, and they said no, the executive can do whatever they want. So now it's come back again. It's come back again a second way to the president of the United States, whether or not the president of the United States has the power to basically disregard an entire amendment. That's what they're taking up right now.
May I make my point? Because you never let me finish my original point whenever I was using the comparison of Joe Biden. So
because that never happened. You just because that's not happened. We're not talking about that. You have derangement syndrome. You have Biden derangement syndrome.
Okay, then let me use another example with California banning high-capacity magazines. That's another example, something that was arguably unconstitutional, or even Donald Trump's in his first term when they banned bump stocks. A lot of people said that was unconstitutional. Well, you could argue that those were unconstitutional. Well, the Constitution, it's up to interpretation. It's up to our government to pass laws, to change it. That's why new amendments are added. That's why old amendments are amended. And very frankly, I do not agree with birthright citizenship for undocumented.
When did the judicious de jure in our Constitution? When did the individual right to bear arms officially get recognized? And what was the court case and year?
the individual right to bear arms
Yes.
get recognized?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that has always been enshrined in the
you're exactly wrong.
Constitution since
No,
it's-
Heller
I wanna say it was like
2008. No, you're you have no idea what you're
2008,
talking about.
so.
Heller 2008.
Can you referencing me? Okay, I'm pretty sure I know
Jeez.
what you're referencing.
No,
but
this
that did not
is
enshrine
SCOTUS. Yes,
the
it did.
individual
Yes, it
rights.
did. There was no
did.
individual right to bear arms before that. No.
Correct.
That is true.
That's a very common misconception, but
Literally.
alright,
Oh my
I'm
God,
agree with
dude.
you there.
Jesus.
Why
Okay.
don't you
The
ask
right
the
to
AI?
bear,
Yeah.
the right to
Hold
bear
on.
arms.
Wait, hold on. I keep seeing something on chat. I saw it earlier, but this person in chat keeps saying something about my username, there being a number 88. I don't know why that's significant, but like I said in chat earlier, my mother and my father were both born in the same year, 1988. That's the only reason why it's in the
Alright, but
username.
yeah, I really don't
understand
care.
what
Hey,
Professor
hey,
Sark,
can
how's it
can
going,
I ask
dude?
you a question?
I know
Yeah.
I should be ignoring chat, but
Yeah, Professor Ark,
Can I
how's it
ask
going,
you a
man?
question? So, like, what's constitutional about Joe Biden letting in 20 million undocumented immigrants?
We're just
Letting
not talking
in?
about that right now. I mean,
didn't.
that's
20
the thing
million
is,
No, but what's
Hold on.
constitutional about that?
20 million
Tell me
people did
that.
not come into this country.
yeah, it's not.
There's right
Okay.
now, there's
it's constitutional
probably
about Joe Biden
6 to 7
passing a
million.
The
blanket
narrative on the right
ban
is so messed up.
criminally convicted people.
Okay,
Right.
but how do you think that he handled the border crisis? Absolutely
Incredibly.
terrible, don't you
Yeah,
think?
No.
hold on.
No, he
Wait
did
a
it
minute.
great.
His parents are 37. How old are you? How old is
Yeah.
this dude? He said U.S.
I'm 21. I was born November 6th, 2004. My parents were a little irresponsible.
16. Whatever. Yeah, I think that he did a really good job.
Okay.
Like, Biden did a really good job by actually creating documents for people passing the border and putting them in the judicial system so that they can get their hearings. And the problem is that we don't have enough money, or like the immigration courts are so clogged that people sit there for 10 years. So I thought that the bill that they were trying to pass at the end of the Biden administration was awesome, and it really showed that the Republicans really don't care about immigration at all, because they weren't actually willing to pass a bill to make
But
legal citizens
the
more
rate of-
legal.
Are you
The
referencing
rate of crime by undocumented immigrants went up significantly.
Wait,
in the
the
Biden
crime rate
administration
for
as
the
opposed
crime
to-
rate for
That's
naturalized citizens versus
that is
the
wrong.
immigrants is completely different, and it's all on the natives, native people.
Yeah, I think it's like two and a half times more likely
Yeah.
for an American actually to commit crimes in
Yeah.
the U.S., right? As compared to these undocumented immigrants, right? Like,
Well,
like
okay, well that's
wanna
such
point
an
out-
obvious statement, because there's going to be a larger proportion of documented
Yeah, per
people
capita.
in the United States.
Yeah, per capita.
Not when
Yes,
you just said
that's
there
why
were
it was
20
per
million,
capita.
bro.
That's
Of
how
course.
statistics are
Okay,
used.
yes. Nobody is claiming that majority of crimes are undocumented immigrants. I'm just saying that the rate of undocumented immigrant crime was significantly higher in the Biden administration than in the Trump administration, and that is just a fact. And you can
That's
go look
wrong. It's
anywhere.
not a
That
fact.
is just
I have to
that
say,
is just a
though,
fact. It is just a fact.
It's not a fact.
Sorry.
I have
It's
to
not.
say, though, real quick, that in America, you are more likely to have a crime committed against you by a MAGA lunatic than
Yeah.
an undocumented immigrant.
Okay, obviously, dude. Oh my god, dude, and actually, that's also not true. Let's try
First
to
of all, it does
show up statistics.
It's a fact.
Show up statistics of Trump supporter crime and then undocumented immigrant crime.
And MPC, another point that I'd like to make, it doesn't matter if there's a million Somalis committing crimes or one Somali committing
Okay,
crime.
so that's the case.
I don't
One
think that there's
exactly. So
any.
one, you're exactly. So the xenophobia of a single crime is enough for you
It has
to
nothing
just
to do
like
with xenophobia.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that Americans who commit crimes should be denaturalized and deported.
what are
I
you
mean,
talking about,
I think
dude?
that-
What is
I
this?
am-
It's just
I'm
you have
against-
no
Like
this is
violent crime,
insane.
like felonies and
No,
like stuff like that.
no. If someone actually hurt my wife or one of my family members, and then you want to deport them to some third world nation where they can just be let out after they've been deported, I actually have faith in our
No,
judicial
they wouldn't be
system.
let out,
I
they
actually
would be
like
put
our
in a-
Constitution. I think that we can
Hold
handle
on.
it just fine, and I think that you need to buckle up, and that's the whole point of it. Every crime,
no,
every
no,
single
hold
person, every single person that's committed a crime has a process that is due to them. They have due process
misunderstood
under
what
the
I
law
said.
of the Constitution. Okay.
I didn't mean just deporting these people to these countries and letting them out. I'm talking about what he's already doing, like with sending them to El Salvador to
Yeah,
see
and I don't
God.
agree with that. I don't agree with that.
Why not?
Because did
So
you just
America
listen? Did you just? Did you
I'm
just?
sorry, but I'm sorry. Excuse me.
I'm not gonna lie.
I have
just
to
wanna point
interject.
out,
I have to
If we're
interject.
doing that,
But-
then MAGAs are the first one that's going.
When you're talking about El Salvador, you're talking about one specific person that he deported. That's
It
not
wasn't
a
one
large group
specific
of people.
person. It was just
It
his
is
name
one
that was
specific
was
I
person.
think you should
Do you
send
even
way
know his
more to El
name? Do
Salvador.
you even know his
No,
name?
that's that's
Come on,
un-American.
Mario.
That's un-American.
From Maryland?
So Marie, what type of criminals would you send out of America?
Violent felons.
Violence?
That's insane.
it?
That's insane. So the people that have done the most damage to someone else, you're just gonna let them go into somewhat random third world nation so they can be let out?
Not just let them go.
Yeah, you're letting them go. What
What
confirmation do you have from the president of the person that you're deporting that they're gonna get due process of the law? Just please, hey dude, please. So okay, so your mom is taken out by one of these people. Your mom is taken out by one of these people, and then immediately, instead of getting a court arraignment so you can get justice for your family member that has been taken from you because of that, they just go somewhere. They go to somewhere. No, they're not. No, you don't get to. No. He's gonna go to some third nation, and guess what? You're never gonna see that guy again. He's going to be let out within a month, and boom. So do you feel like that justice has been served there?
In a month, I'm going to get.
How do you know? How do you know? How do you know?
Feel satisfaction as I see a video of them eating off a tray.
How do you know?
What gets you to say that he's going to be let out within a month? Because that just doesn't make any sense. Especially in a third world country where their prison laws are actually way more strict than the United States. Actually, if you could check in Russia, Poland, and even Czechoslovakia.
Dude, what is this? What is this simping? What is this simping for other countries? Sorry,
Russia. We should be sending them to North Korea. We should be sending them to China. We should be sending them to.
What are you talking
Iran,
about, dude? Dude, what in the who's like? Yeah, I guess. Sorry, guys. I guess I'm a patriot, and I actually like the Constitution, and I actually want us to have like a due process on the law. If someone has committed a crime, they are due process of the interpretation. Well, guess what? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And that's why the president of the United States gets to decide, and that with complete immunity. So I guess
he gets to decide.
So I guess now, like that's how the new that is the new way the United States is done, and not anything to do with what you're talking about. By the way, not libertarian at all. It's a supremely authoritarian, but that is what we have decided. What's the Supreme Court has decided, and that's the world, the way that we live now. Okay, what's
That's
up, Peter?
scary though, because I'm sure, Marie, you wouldn't want a Democratic president coming in and having the power that Trump wants.
He would cry. He said he would be civil war. He was crying so much.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like we're here, fanning the flames, trying to get Trump off his pedestal. And like you're saying that like Trump is doing all the right things. He's doing what's best for America. We'll put like Mom Donnie in there, or put Bernie Sanders in there, and let him take control, and put universal health care in there, and take away all your fucking money.
That's the thing. Our entire country to shit.
The entire libertarians.
I may have to interject.
At the end of the day, libertarians just want the liberty for the government to dump on you, and want the companies to dump on you.
Mamdani, and we're talking about all of these socialist and communist values. When we're looking at things, looking at things like taxes on the rich, France tried to do tax on the rich, didn't work. Poland tried to do tax on the rich, didn't work. Germany tried to do tax on the rich, didn't work.
Russia tried to do tax on the rich. Look what happened to them.
Dude,
did not work.
Are you guys okay? Is your boot licking? Is it like? Are you okay? How does it taste? How does it taste to be on your knees so much? Can you just like actually be like a self-respecting person and just stand up right now and actually like have billionaires pay taxes for once in their life? I don't know. That's like, what is that too much? Just having actual like tax rates actually done is good enough.
Capitalism works. That's just never been how capitalism works.
I know, and we should regulate it. Yes, and if that's the problem, then we get rid of it.
Regulate it like in the early 1900s
like
and the late
if you
1800s,
wanna,
a bunch of coal miners struck in West Virginia and tried to take down the companies illegally.
If you want to come to America and you want to utilize the values that you have, and you want to utilize the resources that you have, and you want to advance yourself in society, then you shouldn't have to worry about having to get yourself pardoned or have to get yourself favored in society because you're not as wealthy as others. If you want to become as wealthy as others, then why don't you work harder?
Oh my
This is how
God.
society
Dude,
is.
that's crazy,
This is
dude.
a capitalist society. This is a society where it's based on merit.
I will say,
if you want to work in society and if you want to win,
Okay, all right,
you're
we're
gonna
gonna.
have to
Okay,
have
we
good
get it.
merit.
We get it. We're gonna just.
Yeah,
Okay,
thank you.
MT, go ahead, guys. We're gonna mute until you're
you
you're gonna go to talk. Go
Yeah, I
ahead.
just want to ask him a question. I want to ask him if he believes he's going to be rich someday.
I'm sorry, but I'm currently attending Stanford, and
Stanford on
I agree.
TikTok.
Okay.
I'm not gonna lie. We get the most impressive fucking people up here, but they just don't sound the most impressive.
Okay, well, I'm not okay. I'm not trying to act like I'm impressive or anything. I'm planning to attend law school. I'm an undergrad right now, but I'm
Stanford
smarter
is
than
one of
you
the
think.
top
But like,
schools in the country.
I'm not saying like I'm like top 10 most educated people on TikTok. I'm not like one of those kids who like study cases and stuff and know all
I
these
got a
like
question
facts.
for you, professional. Do you think it's capable for everybody, 300 and whatever million, citizens there are? Do you think it's capable for every single one of you guys to be millionaires and billionaires? Come on, now, be
But no,
be
I would like
realistic.
to
Do I
put
think
that.
it's do I think it's possible for everyone to be billionaires? No, but those who were able to become billionaires have done so much contribution to
No,
society.
they
In
haven't.
terms
No,
of
absolutely
helping
not.
our economy.
No.
Absolutely they have.
Yeah,
No.
they have. Look
No.
at Peter Thiel. He's
No,
done
they
a lot
haven't.
of
No.
Building large
No.
Elon Musk, he's done a lot of great
large
things.
No, they haven't.
companies in the United States is what
Yeah, he
fuels
has.
our economy and fuels our stock market and makes us so powerful.
No.
Do you understand having all
You
these
have no idea what you're talking
such
about.
as Tesla, having Apple?
Well, did
having,
you know
No.
that Russia
Okay.
has more billionaires than America does?
Your point?
Well, I'm just saying,
NT.
it doesn't make one strong.
I
to have
really
billionaires.
think that's irrelevant to what we're talking about, but it's okay.
No, but you're
good,
saying
boss.
though, this is what makes America America. I think America and the American dream was truly had back in the 50s, 60s, and 70s when you could have the man at home making one income and it supported an entire fucking family, man. Where like here in Canada we can't do that. In America can't do that. They're like right now like you need two incomes to run a household. What is that? If it's like, come on.
Dude, you just got to get the fuck out of Canada. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what you're doing in there. Come to America.
Yeah,
I've got
right,
a few
dude.
minutes to talk on this, but I caught some ad hominem from MT over there saying some things. I just wanted to ask you real quick, what do you think necessarily makes you sound more impressive than me?
Did I just hear an ad hominem? What's
Maybe I might have done a fallacy.
We can. If we want to run a poll, we can. But
I mean,
hear
yeah,
you
obviously you're
speaking.
going to win with the Democratic leaning chat. Of course you are.
Oh man, they don't like me. I'm a sick left radical, bro. These people, But you're sitting here, you're talking about these things. You're sitting here saying that you're. I forgot what the shit you even said. You got property in Kristen Church. You work for AI. You do all these things, and every night, whether it's Dr. Greg's live or it's whoever's live, we get these people, and they're so impressive. Last night, I spent 90 minutes talking to a lawyer who bills $12.50 an hour. And it's just like, man, if y'all are so impressive, what the hell are y'all doing right now?
I never
lives?
claimed impressive though. You're the one who said you're the one who brought up impressiveness and tried to attack us.
All right, boys.
I honestly,
This isn't an ego contest.
trying to attack.
We're talking about politics.
No, I'm not attacking. I'm just saying we got counterintelligence and AI up here who owns property in New Zealand. We got a Stanford undergrad. I'm just saying.
No, I'm not gonna lie, guys. I actually swear I actually do go to Stanford. I got a
That's
35 on the ACT.
That's incredible. Farrell State, how's it going, man?
Hey, what's up? How you doing?
What's up, dude? Do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, earlier you were talking about the Constitution and all that, and
Mhm.
I mean, regularly I've been seeing, him violating the emoluments clause on a regular basis, funneling money to his son with Pentagon contracts, etc. I mean, that stuff is like extreme corruption.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's just picking and choosing what parts of the Constitution that he agrees with. I mean, it's unfettered. It's insane.
The Constitution's up for
taking jets from
yeah, but there's a line though.
Changed ever.
But Phil, do you think
you guys don't want to change the Constitution when a Republican does it, but when a Democrat wants to change the Constitution, let's get rid of everything.
There's a process. There's a process.
Sissy shit. And then they're gonna fuck us all up.
There's degrees in which we can do it.
How is that good? Like taking money from foreign countries and like using your power to give contracts to your buddies and your son.
Well,
how is that good for
why
anyone?
why should we be giving money to foreign countries? And don't bring up Argentina.
No, he's getting money.
Don't bring up Argentina.
He's getting money from foreign countries.
Yeah, exactly, and I think that's a wonderful
That was Joe
thing.
Biden.
From a private, you think a private bribe system? You think that you think the president of the United States should have a private bribe built into his bank account?
Are you talking about the plane that Qatar gave him?
The Trump coin.
We're talking about
You're talking about the
things,
Trump
bro.
coin that he has.
The meme, the meme
Bro, that
coin.
has
They're buying the
nothing-
crypto.
All right. Listen, I know what you're going to say about the Trump coin. Trump, yeah, he was associated with it. He put his face on it. Trump got a lot of money from it,
Bro.
but he wasn't the mastermind behind it. He wasn't the person running it. Trump is, he's not the smartest individual.
That's
I
a
will say
bribe
that.
superhighway. Was that with that Dogecoin?
Oh
Whatever.
my god, dude! I just can't with these people.
It's so wild to me. It's like libertarians are always interested about like the liberty of the authoritarians' capability of smashing the small guy, and just worried about all the liberty for these big corporations to just do the same thing. And you guys never actually care about the citizens. You never care about the poor or working class people that are like in here.
And
You
none
make
of
a really
these
good
people
point.
own
And I
capital,
will
none
say,
of them
I-
own factories, none of that.
You make a really good point, Greg, and I will say, yeah, I do claim to be a libertarian, but with the way that things are going and with the way that the world is going and the way that things are turning out, honestly, I don't really think I can consider myself much of a libertarian anymore. I think that, the government needs to step in, the government needs to take control, and honestly, stuff needs to start changing.
So what would you consider yourself now? A pussy?
Nah,
Wow.
Hey, I
You like
think
using
you're
these
still-
sissy-
I
sissy
think
words.
you're jumping to
Stanford
conclusions there.
undergrad.
You're
I
jumping to
can tell you
conclusions
right now,
there, Stan.
bro. I can
I'm
tell you
kidding,
right
bro.
now,
I'm
Mr.
kidding.
Stanford
I
undergrad.
know.
One Rocket
It's
Angel,
gonna be a
how's it
hard
going?
time for you talking to these women.
Here's one thing. Like,
G7.
The 14th Amendment, that's something that I agree with. Donald Trump banning transgender individuals from owning firearms, that's something that I especially agree with.
Yeah, you see, like you don't mind infringing upon people's
Yeah,
rights.
yeah, you
like,
don't
it's-
care.
It's not infringing on someone's rights. I mean, people who are transgender are mentally
What's
ill,
so
and I'm not trying to. I'm not trying
No,
to
they're
attack them.
not.
They have gender dysphoria. Gender dysphoria is defined as a mental illness. If someone has gender dysphoria and they are allowed to own a gun, why
Just
can't a
gender
schizophrenic
dysphoria,
person own a
or is
gun?
that for all mental
What
illnesses?
if you have ADHD?
Yeah.
Yeah. Come on now,
I
be
think,
be
I
I
consistent
think
there,
people
you
with
maggot.
ADHD shouldn't be. Whoa! Don't.
I think
No,
that
be
all
consistent,
MAGA.
Did I just say the F
I
slur?
think that all
Oh.
MAGA.
I
Did
said
just say that?
maggot.
Hold on, wait, Greg.
No,
did I
he
just-
said MAGA. He said MAGA.
Yeah,
probably.
MAGA.
I think that all
I-
MAGAs have
I
reality
wouldn't consider
dysphoria,
myself
and
MAGA. I
think that
voted for
all
Jill
of
Stein
their-
in
I
2024.
think that all
Wow.
of their firearms need to be taken away. Yeah, what are you
very
doing
big
up here? What is going on right now?
Wait, okay, so wait 1 second. Well, One Rock and G7, how's it going? Any thoughts? G7? Hello? Going once. Going twice. I heard you say something, so I thought you were going to try to chime in. G7. Okay.
They said he voted for Jill Stein. I'm blown
Yeah,
away
I'm
right
really
now.
curious about this. Like, I don't understand. Like, who did you vote for in 2020?
I wasn't able to vote in 2020. I'm only
Roger.
21.
Okay, so then what? I'm so curious. Your
Probably would have voted for Trump.
yeah. Like, what was your thought process there?
If I couldn't, now I will say this: if I could go back, I would vote for Trump in 2024. But
Okay.
there were some things that were I was following both Kamala Harris's campaign and I know, don't tell me, and Donald Trump's campaign, and I agreed with Trump's more, but he just didn't really resonate with me. However, the stuff that he's been doing in his term has been resonating with me, and so my support has changed. I've started supporting him again, because he was saying some things like, "What?"
It says a lot.
Can I just ask you one question, Marie, there about your whole trans, dysphoria, gender dysphoria? Is it just gender dysphoria that you want to pick on, or is it all the mental illnesses?
Yeah, I think that anyone with a diagnosed mental illness should not be allowed to own firearms. I include things like OCD. I include things like ADHD, because obviously there's a lot of even ADHD, especially ADHD, because there's a lot of overlap between ADHD and bipolar disorder. I mean, to the fact that it even gets misdiagnosed very commonly.
Okay, so then what about veterans?
Veterans that are diagnosed with mental illnesses, yes, they should not be allowed to own firearms.
I feel like that would just discourage people from ever going to like a doctor or psychiatrist.
Yeah, I think that all MAGA shouldn't have firearms, especially after they voted for a traitor who tried to overthrow the country.
Yeah, I mean,
if I start talking about that, if I start talking about 2020, I'm gonna get a strike. But say what you want about that. I can't really get on that topic because I'll get removed.
I mean, again, dude, you get dog walked on that one too, because you have the indictment is so clear. I mean, it's not, you're gonna run to J6, but I can tell you that it was 3 months beforehand of like a coordinated attempt.
You're talking about
from the 6 different states. Yeah,
you're talking about. Joe Biden tried to do the same thing in 2020.
Nope, you're exactly nope. You're wrong, and you're gonna reference Hawaii, and that's completely wrong too.
I'm not gonna reference Hawaii.
Yeah, so you're just
I'm going to reference Ohio. I'm going to reference Pennsylvania, and I'm going to reference Georgia.
No, you're exactly wrong. You don't know what you're talking about. It's
if I try to look for them right now, it's going to take way too much time. I'm just going to be paused, and it'll eventually kick me out. But I'll DM you some things after I get off the live. Greg.
It's wrong. It's wrong. I've read them. Dude. I don't know if you've been here before and stuff. I actually no, like, bro. I listened to all the oral arguments from SCOTUS. I read all of the indictments. I didn't use AI. I actually learned what I read in hundreds of pages, and I did listen to a dozen hours of oral arguments from SCOTUS, like you're and the Colorado case by the district court decision too. So like you can do that with anyone else, any other live, bro. You could talk about them, but you have to do the homework. You haven't done it.
If you say so, then let's just move on. I don't really want to talk about J6 either way. Sensitive subject for me.
I'm a patriot. It kind of is for me too. The idea that you can have an insurrection and you have a guy that's another amendment that you don't care about. By the way, another amendment. Someone that has done an insurrection isn't allowed to actually run for office. So yet another constitutional amendment that you're not upholding here.
If I tell you my opinions on the 2020 election, I will get a strike for misinformation.
I don't understand how.
Why? Do you think maybe it's because you're spreading misinformation?
How do I word this? Because I don't agree with the outcome. I think someone else should have won. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense, dude. It doesn't. You don't think the votes actually corroborated to show that Biden won?
He's raging, bro. He wanted Jill Stein to win in 2020.
I didn't.
What?
I said I would. No. He said Jill Stein under my breath. I said, yeah, just kidding. I didn't think anybody heard that.
Wait, so I mean, the 70 cases that they put through the courts. I mean,
you're talking about the mismanagement of funds.
Every single one. That's not mismanagement of funds, dude. What are you talking about? You have no idea. You did not.
You're talking about the criminal felonies that they charged him with.
No,
the 34
no,
felonies,
no. I'm
right?
talking about the 3 months between November and January where there was a coordinated attack on all these state levels by the FBI, by the DOJ, in order to influence these state officials in order to push and agree with fake numbers that didn't actually get voted on. And there was the Electoral College. And actually, this is one of the reasons why I tell like people we have to actually keep the the Electoral College in our system, because it is the checks and balance for this exact scenario. Without the Electoral College, Trump would have won in 2020, but it's because of that handshake deal that happened. Trump screwed it up. He didn't understand the Electoral Count Act. He listened to the wrong lawyers, Giuliani, that has no idea what he's talking about, and John. No, are you just mad libs like your nonsense like when you respond, or are you actually engaging to what I'm saying?
In 2016.
What are you talking about? I'm talking. Can you just engage and stay with me in a single point in time, and can we just talk about that?
You're probably going to try and reference how Kamala Harris,
I'm not talking about the 2020. I'm talking about this time span between November and January when he called people and he was saying like, "Hey, I need you to change your vote count at the state level so that it matches the fake letter that I sent DC. So that's why I need you to change the votes so that they can."
It is an opinionated letter.
It's not an opinionated letter. No, they were saying that it was a certified letter from the state that those were the electoral colleges for that state, that the votes for that state. It's not an opinion letter. There was fraud. It was fraud, and that's why people are in jail at the states because of that.
But is Donald Trump in jail?
No, because just the people that actually did the fraud, the people that actually signed the pages, they are in jail.
Can you provide me a source?
There's people in Michigan that are in jail right now for state elector fraud because of that.
I'll take a look at that at some point. I mean, unless you want to show me, but
I mean, again, dude, that's literally happened. That was, they signed that those were the votes that happened from their states, and it wasn't. And they signed it as if they were the actual electoral college voters when they weren't. That was the fraud. That was what was happening.
Yeah, there's a reason why they call him Teflon Don. He keeps his hands clean, right?
Have you read the indictment at all?
I'm not a fan of Teflon. I'm more of a stainless steel type of guy.
Did you read the indictment at all? The DC indictment? No, you didn't.
Yes,
no, because you did not. No, you didn't.
About the 34 felonies with the Stormy Daniels payments.
No. Oh my God, the DC indictment from John Smith.
With the fake elector scheme?
Bro, this is AI has rotted your brain, bro. There's nothing there. I'm talking to a husk of a man right now. You just keep mad-libbing from thing to thing, and I can't. Jack Smith, thank you, Jack Smith.
AOC 2028, fuck Trump. AOC 2028, I've been trolling, wasting time. Fuck Trump. I hate Trump. I'm out of here. Have a good night.
I don't know. Honestly. That actually is believable. I'm not even kidding, because like that guy is like, that's insane. Like, how can you not understand like the basics of the thing that you are so livid about and that you actually care? That's the only thing that I could think of. There's no other. That's insane. That is insane.
Yeah.
The only account that he follows is an account that is like hyper democratic, hyper liberal. And I'm like 110% sure it's his account. I just can't be here to say that one thing.
Yeah, he just got. He doesn't understand like these points. Like he doesn't understand. That's honestly more believable than him. I don't know. I'm giving him the best benefit of the doubt. I don't know. Okay. Honestly, dude, that's more believable than your lack of knowledge about the things that you care about, because yeah, because I mean, your other, okay, exactly. Okay. I think that you've kind of like burned your bridge, and I wish that you would have just participated in the discussion genuinely, and we would have had a more productive like thing, in order to actually get stuff, productive. So I don't understand why people feel like they have to troll other people's opinions and like and waste people's time. Like, we get the trolls, bro. We already get the trolls in here. We don't need you to like play a troll because we get the trolls. So you're just increasing the amount
like
of
the Jill Stein thing.
Yeah, exactly.
That was a little hint. I mean, those are so like radically different. Jill Stein and Donald Trump. It's like you have to be very confused for that to happen.
Well, and it was also too where I said like, if we were able to ban guns and would the gun deaths go down? I was like, no. Like there's things that stuck out this entire time, right? Like, oh my god, it was a ride.
So, what a narcissist, dude. That is you should honestly have narcissistic personality disorder. I am officially, sentencing you. You need to talk to someone, dude.
Well, how long did he take that on for? He was here for an hour or more, was it?
I don't know. Too long.
Wow. I don't know. TikTok can be a weird place.
It is wild.
Yeah, I seen you, Dr. Greg, there on the Flat Earth page there, TikTok debate. I seen you were getting kind of an entertainment of the whole Flat Earth kind of TikTok lives.
Did they tag me or something? I don't know. I usually don't do Flat Earth debates because I honestly have no idea. I honestly have no idea to counter Flat Earth because it's so wild to me. I don't know I don't know what other conspiracy would be more easily to disprove than Flat Earth.
Even if you put them on a spaceship and took them to space.
Exactly.
They looked out the window.
And you could do that. You can get on one of those balloons.
I'm not even going to lie to y'all. I've learned that when it comes to these people, whether it be in their conspiracies or just their unsound political ideology, majority of the time, we don't even need the facts. We don't even need to be 100% right. I just be saying shit half the time. Like, some people will say shit and I'll be like, oh, wait. And, I'll go look it up. And I might be like 80% right, but like sometimes I'm not. But I'm not going to sit there and fucking debate semantics, especially with half these people.
Yeah, good point. Like, I kind of fell into the rabbit hole of Flat Earth. And I mean, like, I looked into like the Bible kind of connection with it, and like the ancient Hebrews did actually believe in a flat Earth with a dome and all that kind of stuff, right? Like, I don't know, like it's kind of how, like you said, like why bother debating them because they're already too far gone.
I mean, it's interesting to think. I mean, it's interesting to see why people believe the things that they believe. As a scientist and trying to be a science communicator, like it is interesting the things that they. And how they understand things, and like, for example, like infographics, like is something that I learned I needed to do, in order to like actually show something. So like for Lab Leak, I made an infographic, to try to make it easily shareable with, references and stuff like that. And we're learning for our 501c4, like how to encapsulate that, emotion that you get when you go to these Maha websites and stuff. So I think like we can learn from them and try to take the best elements that they are able to like capture people and not exploitively, right, but like transparently, and like to build a better marketing or propaganda, as somebody say.
There we go. That's what I was about to say is, instead of thinking of yourself as a scientific communicator, you need to think of yourself as a scientific super spreader, because it'll make what you need to be doing substantially more clear, that you just need to be as prolifically putting as close to factual information as you can out, at all times. Because I mean, even though I call myself the propaganda factory, like I'm not up there fucking saying. I mean, we do a little propaganda spin, but all the shit I'm saying is for the most part true. Like,
yeah, that's the problem I feel with it too. The disinformation they're actually creating, and single-sided marketing. There you go, Mackenzie. Thank you. It's really I don't know. Conspiracy is interesting.
They're creating so much disinformation at such an exuberant level that realistically, in terms of actually doing any sort of fact checking or combating, it's just impossible because of the amount of, because it's so much easier and quicker to create disinformation. And so, that's why we have to kind of to view it as to combat that. Like you said, we have to pluck the best of their tools, and if we can just be in the information wars as well. And pro-choice just said something about flat earth and whatnot, and just steamroll, because realistically, so like you said, like I wouldn't even know how to debate, and like yeah, you do, because you know the facts and the science and the basic physics that justifies gravity and all the things that couldn't happen if the world was flat. So like all you have to do is say that a little confidently, and they're gonna be like, oh, blah, blah, blah. And then they're like, all right, well, fucking gravity constant is 9.8 times 2 to whatever, and they're gonna be like, oh, blah, blah, blah. Like little fucking baby physics. They don't know that shit.
Isn't it 9.88 times 10 to the 6.022 times 10 to the 23? That's Avogadro's number. Jack Darko, what's up, man?
Yeah, you got that shit in your mind, bro. I'm done.
Is it? Oh shit, yeah. Here it is. Jack Darko, how's it going, man?
Yeah, pretty alright. How you doing?
Good, dude. Good. Man.
I feel like Flat Earth is really funny. They have like three meaningful like points to contend with. The first of which is, can you demonstrate me evidence of a gas without a container?
That's an interesting point. Jack, can you answer that?
Yeah, no, it's rhetorical. Like,
you can.
stuff.
Wait, what? Yes, you can. I can do it very simply.
Yeah. Because you put it like a heavy gas, and so I saw this one where it was like an open aquarium, and someone put some really like one of the heavier fluorocarbons at the bottom, and then he like sucked it in, and it was like brrr, and it was like, oh, it's because there's a larger like borium atom as opposed to like the oxygen and the nitrogen in the air, so then it sinks, and it was just contained in that thing.
I mean, not only that, but you can mass create carbon dioxide, and you'll literally see the carbon dioxide because it's heavier than regular air. You'll see it pouring like fucking water,
Yeah.
And you can do it with your hand, or you can mass create it and you can watch it fall in the air. Like you'll see the dissipation as the light's refracting from it.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. Yeah, dude, it's so crazy putting something like. It's very oddly satisfying. Something that's really, I don't know, like the thick polymers. There's this thing called dimethyl sulfur oxide, DMSO. That's in like all PCR reactions. So you're adding it a lot, and you're putting it in, and it looks just like a worm that's like going into the solution. It's just like so oddly satisfying when you're just like seeing that go into the little liquid. It's so physics is wild, man. Chemistry and stuff is so cool. Like I'm jealous, MT. Like chemistry is really, really cool.
Yeah, have you ever seen like those chemistry channels on YouTube, like all the crazy experiments they do with like, bromine and all these different things? It's like insane. It's like real magic.
Cool. But I'm not gonna lie to you, I feel very bad for all of the basic, bachelor's chemists out there, because we're so limited in what we're actually allowed to like do in terms of what we learn.
Sure.
Realistically, unless you're going on to get a PhD, I'm not using 90% of the shit that I fucking learned, I guess in some regards, maybe because like I've expanded my skills to like touch instruments and whatnot, so that's a little different because I like do repairs and stuff. But
yeah, in undergrad in chemistry is basically like a license to do like Chrome for the rest of your life in a QA lab somewhere.
Yeah,
that's low key.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's as close. You can use it as much as you want if but the biotech, degree or not. I mean, there's a lot of like chemical.
Especially if you get lung cancer.
There's like chemical companies and stuff that are like paints and stuff like that are trying to like put in different polymers or something like that. Like there's I saw it with the chemical engineering that I did for my nanoparticles, like doing the chemical engineering. I was like, what practical skills would I have after this that I could go into? And it was like all those kind of jobs. And I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Hey Vicky, how's it going? Are you there? Thank you, Marlis. Thank you, man. 3, 2, 1. But I mean, a lot of the like Frances Arnold is a chemist, and she does awesome directed evolution stuff. I mean, David Arlou is a chemist, so I think it's awesome. I heard about 3i Atlas. Like I heard about it, but it's not. I don't whether or not it happens or not. I don't really know, and I feel like it's I don't know. Is it like in my don't look up moment where I'm just like I don't know if it happens, it happens. I don't know. So how's it going, Marlis Don? How's it going? What are you up to? Dude, I'm honestly more interested than with the 3.1 Atlas stuff and the asteroid that has all the like the biological stuff. That is like, that's wild. All the nucleotides and stuff like that's actually insane. Did you guys hear about that?
Well, like like for panspermia theory or something like that.
Dude, they found like all the nucleotides for RNA like on an asteroid.
I heard that. Yeah.
It's like legit. Like they really did. It's insane.
Well, yeah, like I don't know. In my opinion, there, like I guess panspermia. I didn't look too much into it, but to me, it's the most kind of I don't know logical thing to come to when you're wanting to seed a planet, right? It's like it had to come from somewhere, or it was created here, or not created, but
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's like so you guys are talking about the theory that the hypothesis that basically this stuff in order for the living material building blocks like didn't evolve necessarily on Earth but was like seeded by like comets and stuff.
Yeah, that's where I was going with that. It's just like panspermia, like like the study of comets and asteroids, to where like you just said the building blocks of life can be found on these comets and asteroids,
Yeah.
and if we can't necessarily prove abiogenesis, well, can is the next step, I guess, panspermia, right?
Yeah, that makes
I mean,
sense.
the recent stuff on Mars was pretty compelling from what I saw. With that they found certain materials that are on Earth that they're only made by microbes. Really, they haven't been able to test whether they're actually there, but like the product of reactions with like microbes in water, that would have been the result.
I'm not gonna lie to y'all, and I know that I'm just a simple chemist and all these things, and it's not that I don't have imagination, but like I don't know, man. Things are just so bad in like our lives and our world. Like just to fantasize about like there being other worlds and stuff. I mean, I don't know. It seems cool, but like in the context of like our solar system and whatnot, I mean, Earth has existed for 6 billion years, and like we don't have any, or I guess we still don't have mechanisms to be able to see like other just in our solar system to see if those things existed. And even what we do, like with the Mars thing, it's just so substantially like out of our time scale that like I don't know.
She's like burying her head. She keeps going up like this.
Based optimistic nihilism. I support it.
I see what you're saying. Like
that's what it is. Maybe it is a little optimistic nihilism. Who knows? But like I don't know if they're out there. Like low-key, just come put us out our misery already.
God.
I think just the scale of the universe, you look at like the nearest star, however many light years away, like if that were to blow up, for us to see that, it would take however many light years, it's just like insane. Like,
yeah.
Yeah, and that's the thing is like I can do the math to like understand those very abstract concepts, but realistically, like to put that into everyday conceptualization of even finding life on some other planet, like that's just so far out of the realm of like, I don't know.
Yeah, hopefully they just show up.
True. Yeah. No. I hope they show up.
I wonder if that would actually be the coming together moment as humans. I mean, that's kind of like everyone kind of talks about that. No Amos Dreams, how's it going? Do you think that humans would unite in the face of an alien?
Not a chance.
I think they blew that scheme when it got leaked by the CIA. or whatever.
I mean, one thing that's crazy to me is like we're still discovering all kinds of new shit like on our own planet, you know? There's still so much that we don't understand about our own planet, new species, all the things and all the extremely inhospitable places on our own planet.
Like the ocean.
It just, right. It just seems, I'm not going to lie to y'all, it seems very vain. Like, it seems like, who the fuck do we think we are? You know, like we haven't even mastered Earth and we're trying to do all this wild shit. Like,
yeah, dude, it's crazy.
I like the way that I like the way that Neil deGrasse Tyson put it when he was talking about Musk's want to go to Mars and stuff like this, and like like the what would the logistics that would go into just getting off of our planet into the atmosphere and just getting there is something else. Like he was talking about the capacity of a rocket ship to hold a lot of weight. And like if the more weight you add, the more fuel you need. So it's like just to get to Mars is something else, right? And here's Musk talking about as if it's going to happen next year, right? And it's like, geez, man, like fix the problems here. That's what Neil deGrasse Tyson's all about. If you did have the ability to go to Mars, why not fix here first? Like holy shit.
Yeah, I mean the real thing is like
we could go to Mars.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
I mean,
I was gonna say I think we could go to Mars. It's just a matter of like our willingness to do so. Like funding and building a base on the moon. That would be a huge step towards that, especially if you can get water on the moon.
Yeah, I
think
think
that's not our priorities really.
So basically all of our technology is based off of like our emission patterns as humans, so we would basically have a lot of the same emissions from like internal combustion engines or something like that or even just anything, right, that we would have on another planet. So it's like we would just carry our own pollution, in our own. We can't we evolved to live in this atmosphere. So the idea that we could actually better survive in a place that's completely inhospitable, like we're already poisoning ourselves. And the razor thin idea of like an atmosphere on any other planet is even harder. So there's just no way. Like there's just no way to do it.
I mean, yeah, that's really exactly what I'm saying. Is like, what are we doing? Like it's so vain. Exactly that. We're poisoning our own water. We don't even know how to do emissionless cars without it being some right-wing propaganda. So like, let's focus on this, and then once we get this down pat, we can master the stars.
Yeah, like protect Earth first, and then like even the terraforming of Mars, just to get the atmosphere you would need to have, your citizens not within a fucking dome on Mars, right? Like in order to terraform an entire planet, in order to get the atmosphere we need for just us to breathe properly, it's mind-boggling to think that it's even within the next 20 years, which is not like if you.
I'm not gonna lie, that's one of the things that upsets me the most about it is when you think about the concept of terraforming. It sounds cool. We want to play God, all the things, but like terraform fucking Earth, dude. We're chopping down the Amazon rainforest. Terraform that
exactly.
Shit. Like, what are we doing? We understand that trees are good.
Exactly.
Let's work on. This is my thing. I had this crazy idea when I was in college. I never got a point to do any sort of research because I'm fucking poverty and I had to get a job. But why can't we just plug in to fucking trees? Like trees are literally solar panels. Like why is there no research to be able to tap into that type of
Hey man, look at Canada. We actually hold a certain percentage of trees in the world right here in our big old country in Canada, and that is a solution. Like it's
so basically in ecology it's actually really well known, like what we need to do in order to have a healthy thriving environment, and it's two main metrics is that we like track as ecologists. So one, it's like how many species exist in that ecosystem, so how many different types of different things that are there, right, how many different types of animals. And then two is like the genetic diversity of those populations, so of the populations of wolves, deer, plants, all that kind of stuff within those like species. How diverse are those populations? So if they have like a bunch of genetic diversity and there's a bunch of different types of animals, you know, we basically, you know, we're good. And I mean, I think that we kind of re-terraform the world by like linking together these like islands of nature that we have and kind of like linking those together. And then the other stuff, man, like I actually would be okay, you know, with building high-speed rail or something on those. Like, you know, if it is completely disconnected from everything, I think at some point, you know, we do environmentally, we do need to think about like, where can we build, what can we do if we're going to put high-speed rail everywhere and stuff like that, you know? And I think you just focus on those areas and try to increase the amount of biodiversity in other places and making more contiguous wild spots.
Yeah, like you mentioned high speed rail there. I think the North America here, we missed the boat on that. You know, like we totally rely on our vehicles, our cars, our trucks, or you know, like transport trucks. Like what percentage of our goods are transported by diesel trucks, right? You know, like it's time to really look at the infrastructure that we are you know need to keep our finite source of oil that is going to run out. You know, like it's not something that's going to be, you know, feasible in the future to keep burning the way we are. So we're going to have to look at all these different things like high speed rail. You know, China's got the scoop on that as far as technology and stuff, right? The maglevs and whatever, right? Like it's something that we should be embracing quickly.
Yeah, I agree. Gail, how's it going? What are you thinking?
Yeah, I was just thinking, we're not looking after our planet very well. And, you know, before we start trying to figure out what's out in the universe, we need to solve the problems here on Earth.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm not one of those people who thinks, oh, you know, just establish a colony on Mars after we've destroyed the Earth.
Yeah, I agree. It's
you know, that's
dangerous.
exactly it. I'm America first. I'm Earth first too.
Yeah, there you go. Fucking right.
I'm glad you're America first and not Israel first, because I'm in New Zealand and it kind of seems like it's Israel first to me.
Oh,
yeah, you definitely hit the nail on the head.
So you're an ecologist?
Yeah. So I did. I did.
I was trying to read.
I had an ecology undergrad and then microbiology PhD. After that. So yeah, I wanted to like save.
That's fun.
I wanted to save the environment by like being like a ranger or something like that, involved in kind of like research there at that level. And because I was like, I would never want to be in the lab, man. I want to be out like in nature, you know. And then I actually did field work, and I was like field research, and I was like, oh, I hate this. Like, you know, like counting trees in a 200-yard area is like very boring, dude, compared to like molecular biology and like doing all that stuff. So I switched over. Once I got into the algae biofuels lab, I was like, oh, dude, this is I can like make new strains and new things and technology and help, you know, the environment at the same time. I'm like, psh, this is me, dude. Did
you used to read Ranger Rick?
I'm so familiar with it. Captain Planet was like my favorite, bro. I always used to watch Captain Planet growing
that's
up.
what radicalized you, bro.
Yeah, dude. Working together with our powers combined, you know, I love that. We're not, all of us are important.
That's
you know?
That's low-key what radicalized me too. That and The Office, the episode where Stanley was going to get a job in Ithaca, and Michael Scott was like, if they harm a hair on Stanley's head, we're gonna burn Ithaca to the ground. I might get a strike for that, but
dude,
it's referencing an episode.
I used to like be like a skeptic that like humans could actually in high school. I was a skeptic that humans could actually make an negative impact on the environment. Like the environment's way too big. Like that is such a false thing that the hubris that the humans have. That they think that they could do that. And honestly, I was like, how could we possibly know? Electricity is how many years old? How could we really know detailed information that long ago? Blah blah blah. And then I learned how wrong I was because I was like, it was actually a really pivotal moment in my life where I realized I was just repeating things that someone had told me, and I wasn't actually looking up the information myself. So I did that, and I was like, wow, not only am I wrong, I am 100% wrong. And I was like, I have to dedicate my life into try to solving this. And so that's when I changed my course of my life. It was crazy, and it made me really love original reading of documents and stuff, and actually reading the court cases. If we're talking about a court case, I want to read the actual decision. So it kind of set me on that path.
Wow, sounds like you're a nerd, dude.
Yeah,
Imagine.
That's what I got from that.
Nerd should never be looked at as a bad term.
I know, right?
Nerd is
peak nerd was mid 2010s. Now it's techno bro, bad vibes. But I feel nerds became the billionaires, and then they became completely unregulated and unhinged.
Yeah.
So do you guys get controlled quite a lot by the Trump administration, as far as what you're allowed to do and say, and it seems like you're kind of quite controlled. Do you feel that way? You're told what to think as well?
Scientifically, or or as people?
And towards other people, towards your own about your own country, and even
I'd say yes and no.
I notice a lot of people do not trust mainstream media and things, and I was just wondering if you guys how the relationship is with the people and the government, how much trust there is there, and and what information comes out. I mean, you're talking about scientific information, right? The US is a very religious country, and I know some areas are extremely religious. Do you find that things get information gets impeded because of people's beliefs?
Yes, I live in a very conservative religious area, and that's the majority of the reason that these people voted for Donald Trump for 75%.
Yeah, it's the misinformation, disinformation, the lack of education. I mean, being from Canada, I'm witnessing what's going on in America, and just the introduction of Trump and how he got into power so quickly, and the man speaks on a fourth grade level, and he just kind of just brainwashed this cult mentality into the country so quickly and so thoroughly. It's I mean, we have our maple magas over here, but it just whatever happened in America, it was it's you're watching a science experiment going on there, and it's
I mean, I think it's more so that these social media companies and the AI personalization that they employ creates false realities that people live in. So that I think that's
it's not even the personalization, it's more the radicalization, because whenever you're looking, it's like the algorithms aren't personalized, it's just they're very generalized in feeding you different types of somewhat niche things, and a lot of it is extremely far, whether it be on the left or the right politically.
Well, they're finding
it right though.
They're finding stuff to mess with you, right? They're finding things to that you're gonna be more likely to stay here, and that's why so many people are so many different conspiracies now, because it's they literally are just fed these ideas constantly, and the AI is trying to mess with them. The old style was kind of a marketing filter. Now it's a headhunter trying to go and get into your head, mess with you, and see what sticks.
I'd like to ask the panel just a question in general. It's I do these debates on my Facebook quite regularly with these, the mega mentality, and it's just such a blind following the blind. It's like they go to a point where like,
Yes.
RFK comes in and he says, vaccines this or bad, da da da. And now like I had somebody like parrot this exact sentence, and he's like, well, if RFK said it, I believe it. And I'm like, blah, 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 blah. Like I'm throwing links at him, I'm throwing sources, I'm throwing all this shit at him. And, once they say that, there's no coming back from that mentality, right? So they,
Right.
so they've fallen so far down the rabbit hole that like, I can send them 3 dozen links to evolution or to vaccines and how amazingly well they work. But like, there is no piercing that armor they have produced in their brain.
Well, the thing about it is actually the way that you're trying to pierce the armor is the incorrect way, because first and foremost, reading material is not how you're going to do it, because people can't read. That's why I'm trying to put you on. Y'all have to steamroll them. You just have to completely obliterate them. You have to just take them so far out of what they think is reality into whatever reality you're molding with your words, and then you can start to pull them back.
They like it.
Yeah,
they like that.
It's called something too. Like I know what you're talking about. It's like I don't know what the method's.
Yeah, I read a book. Now that I'm thinking about it, I read something about propaganda, and that's essentially the way that they explained it. But I mean, that's what you have to do. You have to essentially like shift their context, but you have to do it in such a radical way that they can't even get back to what they want to talk to or what they think is real. And then that's when you can mold. Yeah, it's something like that. But that's when you can start molding.
Yeah. No, I'm like for the last, I've been doing this on Facebook. I made my Facebook into a debate account, and I like before Trump even came along, I knew the mega mindset, because like these people were very obvious in their lack of education. So as soon as Trump came around, I knew each individual on my Facebook were going to be mega. Just in the way they talked, they presented themselves, and like they're already molded from Christianity, right? Like they love authoritarianism.
They do, man. It's fucking weird. I don't even that guy today.
They
like
claim the opposite.
Yeah, exactly.
Can I ask you a question? If you could sum up, like in a descriptive couple of sentences, what a typical MAGA person is like, what would you say?
I mean, I would say that there's like it's basic. There's like a MAGA people, and then there's like the Trump, kind of
the typical MAGA person is busy and ignorant.
Interesting.
Oh, very ignorant.
Yeah, ignorant for sure. Yeah, I mean, but also it's like about how the fealty to Trump, right? That I think that's the big thing, like how much Trump is impacting their life. For a lot of people, I would say like 70%. I don't think that they like canonize this guy as like a demigod, but like the 30%, like he is like legitimately the second coming of Christ.
Actually, no, you mentioned 30%, and like since I've been doing these Facebook debates, 30% has come up a lot, and 30% are these people who are innately racist, transphobic, homophobic, almost prone to learning, prone to wanting to expand their knowledge and stuff, right? So that this 30% has been around for a long time. And I think the coming of Trump, he tapped into that, right? He knew they were out there. They just needed a dumbass like Trump to tap into the other dumbasses, right? And it's like, okay, like it was like the coming of the willfully ignorant, and here comes Trump, and for all these already racist misogynists and the worst of the worst, and they just Trump knew how to talk to these people. Like,
it's more of an emotional thing. Both of my parents are Trump supporters, so I kind of have some insight into their psychology. So it's like, they're more like over the years I've constantly like given them certain like stories and facts and like contradictions in his statements, and like when he ran on like drain the swamp and getting corruption out, and then just goes balls to the wall, just taking bribes and stuff. And over time, you can make like a dent, but their attraction to him is more to his personality.
Yes.
rather than anything that he actually, does. They just trust him because of the way he speaks and like the confidence and and how he says it.
Yep.
You have to have somebody that's like
Really?
really charismatic to
Oh no,
override
like
that.
like
I
like
can
Trump.
say,
He
I can
doesn't
say,
even know what he's talking about, though. Half
No,
the time
he just
gets
rambles.
other
yeah, but it's the
country.
way.
What about when he gets the other country leaders' names wrong and really embarrassing
Yeah,
stuff?
but
Like Biden, at
Exactly.
least at his age, is an
Yeah,
excuse.
they enjoy that. Like regular people don't know those people's names anyway, so they actually don't care. Like when it
Yeah.
comes down to Trump, the entertainment factor,
Yeah.
like regardless of it, because everything he says is stupid. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. And majority of the time that he was on the screen, like I used to listen to every word the dude said because like number one, he was the president. Number two, he was so influential. And number three, you never knew what he was gonna say. So it's like you have to be on every word.
On the edge of your seat.
But I can say the charisma aspect that you brought up. I can personally say that since I've started implementing maximum Riz, that I've definitely had substantially more favorable outcomes with getting through to MAGAs.
Yeah.
Not with facts, not with anything, just my maximum Riz and taking them out of their comfort zone and then getting them to a moldable position and then starting to apply them with some sick left radical commie shit.
Bro, like for real, like I'm not kidding, like dressing up and stuff. Like in grad school, I always dressed up like with the tie too, every day. Because I was just like, it's like I wanted to make sure that because you have a lot of freedom like in grad school and your PhD, and I just wanted to make sure I was like holding myself to like a higher standard. And a lot of times that I would not feel like I could have the energy for the day, or I was kind of just like over it, like just kind of like putting that armor suit kind of on. I felt like Iron Man,
Yeah.
like strapping my stuff in, and I was like, let's go.
Yeah.
Afterwards, I was like, let's go. So there
That's
is something
exactly-
to it for real.
That's exactly how I feel right now with my content game. On the days, because producing content, especially with a long form podcast like every day, is substantially draining.
Very.
But I throw on that fucking suit, I shave my face, I'm like, God damn, like how could I not get on here and fight for working class solidarity? It's like
Yeah.
I have to uphold the branding now. I can't be on here looking homeless. Like I
Damn.
started holding myself to a
Clean
standard.
shaven.
Now the community's holding me to a standard.
You're my CEO. What are you talking about? Of course. Like, what do you mean?
That is, bro. I can't be in here looking slouchy in a freaking Nike shirt.
Unless it's a Mava shirt, dude. I wore this for my my Mava shirt in public to this San Diego thing. It was like a Christmas like holiday thing. It's called December Nights. There's so many people. They were like giving me like weird stares. I don't know if they thought it was a MAGA shirt or not. But then one guy actually came up to me.
Probably did.
Yeah, and was like, dude, whoa, like I was like, oh man, I love your shirt. And he was like, that was so crazy how it was awful what they did with the Hep B vaccine this week. And I'm like, damn, that's some inside baseball. I was like, yeah, man, exactly, right. So it's cool.
We need to work on your first fundraising campaign. I imagine you're going to want to try to roll it out for the new year.
Yeah.
We need to put something together so you can start getting some fucking donos. And I mean, especially
That'd
if
be
you're
amazing.
in San Diego, you're going to have an amazing, very strong base to tap into because if I understand the game correctly, the strongest pro-vax like movement right now is coming out of California.
Huh. Interesting.
Oh yeah. Okay.
I thought that I saw like Illinois passing that that law that enshrined like vaccine like stuff for their schools, and then also create an independent panel. I thought that was like an incredible, like an awesome thing that I wasn't expecting. I think that it's honestly how we should like duplicate that across all the other states. Nice, yeah, dude. Envy honestly wants to do a phone campaign, or in order to call people, and Island's been DMing me about like a GoFundMe in order to try to help like raise money. I mean, because the
multiple things.
The website is about
the campaign is.
The website's like $2,000.
The campaign's going to be like. Wait.
For all the things that we want to make for like all of the artists, we need to pay an artist.
Yeah. Okay, I gotcha.
So that's like the thing.
Yeah, so then we got to you got to start working on a donor campaign, phone banking. Absolutely, you're going to do a
Mm-hmm.
social media blitz. Dependent on what's up. I mean, introduce yourself to the group and my group that I added you to, and introduce like the MAVA movement and whatnot, because
Yeah.
everybody in there is pro-vax. So you got to start over these next 30 days getting the people that's going to push the campaign, and then what I would think is like you do probably like a 2-week push or maybe a 30-day push. Like this is your first campaign, and you have all these action items, the emails, the phone banking,
Yeah.
the all the content, all the things. Because if you're telling me, hey, look, let's make this type of content for a couple weeks in January, it's like, oh fuck, my job's easy. Like I just have to wake up and talk about vaccines. Like I don't have to think about anything. It makes it easy. So you can start to even develop some press packs, some talking points.
That's a good idea.
Derivative content, all the things. And you just push it top down, and you can start plugging it to creators who would be interested, because you have the legal vehicle, so you'll allow them to tap in a real way,
Exactly.
in a substantial way, and advertise you and all of that.
Yeah, that'd be awesome, dude.
Because it's mutually beneficial. You have to think, for just some Joe Blow creator to immediately get partnered with a real legal entity that's trying to do something.
Mm-hmm.
Even if it's just saying, hey, I'm partnered, or hey, we're sponsored by this today.
Yeah.
It gives them a better degree of credibility.
I think that's a great idea. Yeah, dude. That is. I will go back and I think those are all good points, and we need to do all that stuff. There's the 20K. We think Island. Why would we need 20K for everything? I'm just curious. Can you put it?
I would think that would probably be like, I would think if we're doing a dono campaign, let's say a 30-day dono campaign, we want to try to raise $20,000-$30,000.
Oh my god, that'd be amazing.
You got to think, I mean, there's 10 months in a year. Like, you're trying to fucking make vaccines great again for the whole country, bro. Like, raising $350,000 in a year is nothing. You're actually a shitty 5014 if that's all you're raising,
Yeah, I mean, sure. That'd be
we can do it though, bro. I know that.
Oh, MT. Oh, there it is. You're back.
Yeah, my bad. I know that sometimes when you're looking at mountains, you're trying to figure out how to do it, but you got a lot of people behind you. You got a lot of energy as well.
That'd be cool,
you're a smart
man.
guy. Just break it down into the palpable steps. You're a scientist. You know how to tackle a big project.
Yeah. Well, it's cool. I mean, Ale, this is the 501c4 this is the organization that we're doing. So this is it. I mean, this is what grassroots looks like. Like, we have all the MAVA admin that's in here. We're talking about, this is the organization that we have founded on through the channel. Like, this is what it looks like. We're completely transparent. We are literally doing the organizational stuff right now. So yeah, I don't know. Pro-choice or feral, I don't know if you know, but yeah, this is, or Gail, you've been here too. The action.drgregshow.com. That's what that is for, like, the thank you, Dr. Joe. Yeah, so basically we're organizing to try to stop the MAHA stuff. So there's 420 bills that are like anti-science, anti-public health. Wow. So we are trying to organize for that. So we've made and specifically what we're launching is the 501c4 nonprofit that can get pledges from people. Oh. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to get all the
anti-science.
Oh yeah,
that's scary.
Oh no, that's like there's some stuff that I've heard RFK say, and obviously Trump, the fucking Tylenol bullshit he's fucking spouting. I think some of these things that people in power, when they say them, obviously they have a very large audience. Like it's like some of the stuff I've heard come from Trump's mouth and RFK's mouth in particular. It should be actually illegal for them to say certain things, right? Because they have such a large audience that these people are also very, brainwashed already, that they're just going to believe everything they hear.
Scientific snitch.
This information about vaccines. It potentially hurt a lot of people, right? Like RFK's got the YouTube channels and the all this stuff, like media everywhere, and he's saying these things that, you know, impressionable minds are listening to about vaccines, and it's like, my lord, man, it's like should he be allowed to say these things?
Hi, Snitch. What's up? How's it going?
I can't sleep, so I just joined.
Nice.
And,
Surely this will go good for sleeping.
I was directly harmed by the whole anti-vax stuff. So
No.
Oh,
it
wow.
means a lot.
How so?
I did not know.
I wasn't given the HPV vaccine, so or at least I was given like one dose of it, and then I had a cervical cancer scare back
Oh my
in
gosh.
2021.
Oh my gosh.
Well, I just
I'm so
heard
sorry.
recently there on that cervical cancer is nearly completely wiped out. Is that right?
Not necessarily in people who don't get vaccinated with the
Yeah,
HPV
yeah.
vaccine.
Unfortunately, there's that rapid movement within America of the anti-vaccine that we're
I
is
think
starting.
my fear is like that we might just have to learn the hard way, you know, like the next time another pandemic comes around, people don't take it seriously. It's worse than the previous one, like by orders of magnitude.
Yes.
Something like small, you know, the Spanish flu or worse, with, you know, the ability to make, you know, different viruses, and, you know, should that ever happen, I don't know. It's just like all of
that's
our
one of my
regulations are like
arguments.
made in blood.
That's one of my arguments I used in Facebook there was like, you know, I had a lot of people that weren't taking COVID seriously and blah, 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 right? And I said that, you know, like, what would it take to make you take it seriously, right? Like what would the kill rate be? Like, you know, COVID had what was it, like a 2%, 3% kill rate or whatever. But like where would it have to get to for these anti-vaxxers to take it seriously, right? Like it's mind-boggling the mindset of some of these people.
Yeah, and it's not just
For a
vaccines.
lot of people, they don't take it seriously.
It's not just vaccines too. They're trying to ban like epidemiology as a field. They're trying to ban contact tracing and quarantines. They're trying to like it's crazy. I mean that's the real wild stuff.
And I bet like the religious people are trying to, you know, really inhibit the stem cell, you know, that can come from fetuses, and that those are incredible. Those cells they could cure. I reckon they can do so many, you know, regenerate so many cells, help regenerate the body and things. Yeah, it's a bit scary.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of just amazing technologies that are coming from the mRNA and lipid nanoparticle delivery system. It is such an incredible chassis, like a delivery vessel, in order to, you know, do a lot of stuff for HIV recently. And like we're seeing new studies about like just the fact that those two things together for some reason are like basically your body is getting revved up so it can better fight cancer cells, and then it's also making tumors more susceptible to anti-tumor medicine too. So it's just there's amazing studies that are coming out about it. It's not Sharon. You should. I invited you. You can come in. We can talk to us if you want.
Come on up, Sharon. It's killed so many. Like I heard the, you know, vaccines kill more than the virus, and it's like what?
I know, that's wild.
Where's this information coming from? Like
it's RFK said that.
Oh, sorry.
Go for it, Snitch.
I just wanted to say there was a meta-analysis that found that individuals who were vaccinated had a 2 to 3 fold lower risk of myocarditis associated with the virus when they were vaccinated. But it was like almost a 5-fold risk of myocarditis with the unvaccinated viral infection in terms of C19.
Like I know where it stems from. It just stems from this fake news narrative that Trump threw out immediately when he started running for president in 2016. Right? It's fake news. You see all these, you know, NIH and, you know, the universal health care over here in Canada, not to be trusted. You don't trust all these, you know, WHO and all these things. Right? It's the sowing of the mistrust that has started this movement, and it's mind-boggling.
Yeah, dude.
It just doesn't make sense though, because he did Operation Warp Speed, Trump himself. Like he's the one that developed it.
Yeah,
but I'm just saying, like, look at the life expectancies of Canadians compared with Americans. You know, North Americans. it's obvious who's got the better health system.
Oh, we absolutely
Not
love
the
it here.
US.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, and you're like 49th or 50th. You're way down compared with like heaps of different, developed countries.
Mm.
Like, yeah, and you're way behind Canada, aren't you? Like, as far as life expectancy.
Oh,
So
it's
obviously your system isn't the greatest.
And it's the most
health
expensive
system.
too. So it's like I think
Yeah, I know.
well, yeah, you're being fucked from both angles. It's
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 gotten
just
like
become a money-making business. And I always think, someone's job or anything, or, the luck that they've had in life, the amount of money should not be linked to the kind of healthcare that they deserve.
mhm.
It just doesn't seem fair that if you haven't got insurance and that good insurance, that you're vulnerable to so much, to me, like all people are worthy of decent health care, and it shouldn't matter who you are, whether you're a homeless person or a
Yep.
millionaire. I don't think one person should get shit treatment and the other person should get 5-star hotel treatment, and
because of their
Exactly.
financial status. Yeah.
yeah, I don't believe in that at all.
Well,
Yeah.
like
Are you from the UK?
Born in the UK, but I live in New Zealand.
Oh.
Okay.
yeah,
New
so you got it
Zealand.
pretty good over there.
Yeah, here we don't do a lot of like preventative stuff. Even if you do have insurance, like you have to go through them and try and get it approved. Like I know some people in the fire department. I work EMS, and every year they have like this special, thing where they go to the doctor and they get all these preventative screenings done for like cancers and certain diseases, and like
Yeah.
that saves a lot of money.
Oh no, preventative is
Instead
where
of
it
like fighting
starts.
cancer.
And lives. I just want to tell you about my friend. She was from, she went to the University of Portland, and then she went on a OA. But she was one of those very unlucky people. She had symptoms of bowel cancer, but she didn't have any decent health insurance. She was, really poor student. So they didn't do all the tests, the colonoscopy and all the sort of tests that you're supposed to do. Because the doctor said, oh, this will cost you this much, but it's highly unlikely. I think you kind of got you might be lactose intolerant. You might you have gastroenteritis, and so of course she sort of lived with it and just treated the symptoms. And then when she came to New Zealand, of course, everything was free.
Yeah.
And they found it was terminal. They found because she'd had the symptoms, because she did a big OE as well after she went to the doctors in the US, and it was, I think it was stage 4, and it was terminal. Yeah, big nodules, huge nodules were found in her colon. Yeah, very sad. And she's 31, and the thing is, and she was actually died at 31. Yeah.
I think one of the
Wow.
things that's overlooked in the American healthcare system is the amount of stress that is had because of your lack of healthcare system. Like like for me, I don't have that stress about going to the hospital for a sore tummy, or my thumb hurts because of an ingrown fingernail, right? We like our emergency rooms are a little bit overpacked because of the system, right? They go in for a sore tummy, but they could just take a pill for it. But it's that lack of stress that I have here, that the Americans do have, because they don't have that opportunity to go in there for these small little things, right? They have to let it go. My sore tummy turns into what? Then that turns into what? Because I can't afford to go into the hospital,
Yeah. She told me, she said, I wish, I had been in New Zealand. She said, I know that they would have done those tests way earlier, and
Yep.
I wouldn't be terminal. And she blamed what happened to her on her lack of money in the American healthcare system. So
Yep.
yeah.
You know what's crazy? So I do research, or like I'm currently in a research laboratory for pancreatic cancer cachexia, and something that I've been seeing a lot is many of the patients with pancreatic cancer, they go, they basically, they find out they have pancreatic cancer because they thought the diet worked too well. And I think there's also like a lot of stigma that exists in the American healthcare system as well, where it's not just like, oh yeah, I don't have enough money, but it's also, okay, not only do I not have enough money, but will insurance even cover me? Will
Yeah, like
insurance, but am I sick enough that insurance will actually like pay for what I need? And I think that's also another issue too.
yeah, like there should never be a middleman, saying what you should receive and shouldn't receive. Like I use my example with my firstborn daughter. She's 8 now. She was born a full month premature. She was like yellow like a Simpson. She had a whole bunch of stuff wrong with her. She was born the proper weight, but she lost about almost 2 pounds in the first week of being in the hospital. But my now ex, me and her and my daughter were in the hospital for 12 days straight, all three of us, occupying that one room. My daughter, she had to have a feeding tube in her nose, a feeding tube in her mouth. Oh, the stuff she had to go through. And my ex, she had to use the breast pump and stuff too, the hospital breast pump, which is like industrial grade, whatever, and all the different mechanisms you used for that. Well, the list of stuff that we used in there, saline solutions. Whenever she gave birth to my daughter, she ripped from her vagina right down to her a-hole. There was like stitches involved. She lost so much blood. Like the amount of stuff that we went through in that 12 days would shock you. And we walked into that hospital with $0 out of pocket. Zero. Now, can you imagine what that would cost in America without medical insurance? Like, wow.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you'd be bankrupt, most people.
Well, I
Well,
mean,
yeah,
It's the
like
number one cause of bankruptcy.
no, it is. Like you guys have, what is it, 300 and some thousand average medical bankruptcies in America a year? Like,
yeah, it's gnarly, man. It's really sad. My wife works at the NICU, so it's gnarly. It's about $1 million a month that people like the care is, so it can get really expensive. But I mean, if you don't have insurance, they'll lower your bill sometimes, but you're still like you're going into debt, for sure. It's awful.
yeah, I've seen them cut it in like to a certain percentage kind of thing, right? Like there is the odd story you get here and there. I mean, probably not a rare thing, but like it's just like I don't think you should have that stress
Exactly.
after going
I
through what
agree.
me and my ex went through and walking out of the hospital with the like what am I going to be billed?
Yeah, I mean, my first kiddo was like 3 days in the NICU. It was just like an observation thing. So, thankfully,
Yeah.
my wife's insurance, because she worked there at the hospital, that we were actually at. So, it's like we paid like $100, for all of it. So we got if you're super lucky, and you're fortunate that you have good insurance, in some scenarios you can get that kind of that kind of treatment in the United States. But I guess it's just everyone else and that's the sad part, right? And it's few and
Yeah.
far between. That it's becoming harder and harder to achieve.
And also too, like when we left the hospital, that the problems didn't stop there. My daughter, she wasn't latching properly, so she wasn't getting the proper amount of breast milk. Also, she wasn't lactating properly, so she wasn't getting the amount of milk that she was supposed to be producing.
It's
So we
normal.
had like
I mean, it's normal. That's
within oh yeah, like within the first 6 months of my daughter's life, we had like 3 different lactation consultants come into our house,
Nice.
on a regular basis, and that was no out of pocket either.
Yeah, no, Kathleen, that's a really good point too, and it's changing a lot because of the ACA subsidies. Is people are losing their insurance right now. Right now is like uniquely bad too. What's happened in the last like 3 months because of the the ACA subsidies being removed, and people like they're going to lose their insurance because of that. So, yeah, it is wild. Yeah, lactation consultants are huge, man. It's like, the latch is huge, and
Yeah.
it's really, really important, and it's hard to get that. We went to ones that were at the hospital, so just to get some advisement, but it's important, man, because like people actually wind up coming to the NICU a lot, where the kid will just never have eaten because people are so adamant about not using formula or something. This is on the healthy, the health conscious website, where they'll tell you that formula is bad for you or something like that, and then they'll never go in, and their kid goes like jaundice, and they're having huge problems, and now the kid gets admitted to the ICU because of it. So
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
it happens a lot.
All of the things that happen in America, I was on the fence about like having a child when I get older. When I was
That's
a teenager,
horrible.
I genuinely don't want one anymore. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
It's like they want us to have more babies. Like every single policy they pass makes me less and less want to have a kid.
Well, I mean, don't let that guide your the
It's not
path
just
forward.
that. There's a few other reasons why. Like I'm not really wanting a kid, but like I was on the fence, and like they tipped it the other way. They partially tipped. They're a very large reason why my decision tipped the other way, and it's like, dude, that's
I know
ridiculous.
a ton of people that have that are just that think just like that, including myself, really.
Do you don't have any kids, any Farrell?
No, I don't. I'm 29.
Okay.
I mean, I haven't ruled it out entirely, but I just kind of like want to see where things end up over the next few years. Like I just can't see this. What we got going on right now being sustainable in any way. I just don't know what happens. Like there has to be a wall that we hit where things just sort of begin to fall apart because it's just so unhinged, and like everything is just rapidly deteriorating. Like we're in the midst of like a societal collapse, really, in terms of like the deregulation of everything, and like technology going berserk. Like there's a lot of unknowns, and it scares a lot of people.
Yeah, I mean, I think
I've ruled out. Oh,
for it.
sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I think it's
I was
normal.
just gonna say.
Sorry.
Oh,
Go
sorry.
for it.
Go ahead.
Go for
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, I've ruled out at least a biological kid, because I'm sorry, I don't want to go through birth.
Yeah, I mean that's like that. Honestly, it's sad reality that a lot of people who go to grad school have to live with because of the if you graduate from grad school, you're going to be older. It's just that's just how it's going to be. Adoption is an awesome decision for sure. I mean, I think in my personal thing, I didn't want kids for the longest part of my life, so I think like wanting no kids is completely normal, and it should be honestly the default position, because kids do change your life. So you definitely want to be 2 feet in, but I would always say that like financially it's always going to be a bad idea to have a kid. Even if you're a millionaire, it's always going to be bad ROI to have a kid, and it's a lot more fun and like stimulating, like personally and fulfilling than I could have ever imagined. So it's those two things.
I'm really curious about how your setbacks. There are still things I worry about, but
okay, I'm sorry. One more time, please.
How is your political thing going for the different legislations that were crazy?
It's going really well. I mean, we've so this past week we founded the 501c4 and the 501c3 officially. So we got that through California, and So that's good. We're like officially, we have an EIN now that we can use for like banking and all that kind of stuff. So I'm just kind of getting all that admin going. And like we've been meeting every week, and there's like 6 volunteers now. I think 7 now, since we got debate doc is going to be, we needed an MD kind of like on the board. So I got him in there. And yeah, it's been really cool. It's been really cool. We're like 3-4 weeks running now. And hopefully the soft launch is going to be in January. That's what I'm really pushing for. A lot of people think I'm crazy for that, but that's my stretch goal, because then that gives us 6 months to get people. And our goal is going to be a pledge. So that will be the thing. We have a mission statement. And that's true, Island. So the idea is to get a pledge. I think the pledge is like 90% done. And to get people on board with supporting vaccine technology and vaccine policy. That's like the big thing. And then the 423 bills that are in the states and stuff like that, we've done like 950 actions in 6 weeks. So we're basically targeting each of the state houses right now. And a lot of those bills, the 423 that have been introduced last year, failed. Like we're talking like 24 of them that are actually active. So like none of this stuff is passing in the state level. They're failing spectacularly. These people know that this is bad ideas, and they didn't pass them. They had the chance and they didn't. And I think that next year, because it's going to be a midterm, it's probably going to be a worse time for them to do something controversial. So we're pushing, and we're basically pushing them while they're down, right? We're keeping them down and kind of emailing them, being like, we know what you did. This is not okay. We're going to be held accountable for doing this. Don't even try this again in the future. So, but yeah, it's been going honestly better than I could have ever dreamed. It's been incredible.
That's awesome. I'm so happy.
Yeah.
We need more people like you, and we need more organizations that are like pro-vaccine. I feel like I see so many anti-vax organizations pop up, and it like breaks my heart, because it's like we should be endorsing science. Like scientists are not like mad. We're not mad scientists. We're not like sitting there with that cyanide on our lab coats and the weird test tube. Like most of us want to see the world succeed, and it's like it breaks my heart when I see so many like of the billionaires and like politicians using science for like basically greed and political motivation. And it's so good to see like actual like
You're
good
telling me you're not buying yachts with your grants.
yeah, exactly. Imagine. Yeah, thank you, Snitch.
grants are miserable.
I think it's yeah, I don't know. I thought that the Democrats would have been like messaging more on this, but I don't know. It doesn't really matter. We're not asking permission. You know what I mean? I mean, that's just, we're just doing it. So, so we've actually had one of these state houses like email us back, and they're like, "Can you give us your publications for why fluoride actually makes sense?" And so we're giving them that stuff, which is kind of interesting. I mean, they kind of said it's snarky, but I think that they're actually trying to be like more professional, and they just want to see like what we have. So I think that's fair. And yeah, we'll have to just see. It is encouraging, aeronautical. Yeah. I'm surprised how many of them failed. Let's just say that. Like, I'm very, 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 very surprised. So I think that they're just like, they know that they're lying. You know what I mean? RFK knows that vaccines are safe and effective. He otherwise they would ban them. If they're actually poisonous and they killed more people than the pandemic, then they would just ban them. Like he would just ban them. He wouldn't be changing the vaccine schedule. He would just be banning them outright. But he's not. He knows, and that's why they're failing so spectacularly, because the only people that don't know that they're lying are the Trump supporters still. Dr. Joe.
On the topic of fluoride,
Mhm.
my grocery store refills water bottles for free, but they only have like this no fluoride water.
Hmm.
So like I actively drink green tea and like matcha to try to get fluoride back because I have like periodontitis, so it actually helps me
Oh wow.
like maintain my teeth. And it's like I find it so funny. They're so against fluoride in their water, but they're actively like, oh yeah, drink this all natural matcha tea that has 2 times the amount of fluoride and
Exactly.
you'll be healthier.
Completely unregulated
Supplements that are
FDA.
contaminated with heavy
Yes.
metals.
Exactly. All the supplemental
know.
industries, it's insane. Completely
Mhm.
unregulated, no FDA approval. It's just insane. They have no idea what they're putting in their bodies.
Yeah. And I have to like actively go out of my way to find like third-party tested companies. Like it's such a hassle when you could just introduce actual fluoride into the water supply. I know, shocker.
Yeah, I know, but that's just it's so wild to me. I don't know. The big idea, like my 2-year plan, we did do we registered it as science and freedom for everyone. The idea is to try to like, hopefully, like this is the stretch goal, 2-3 years maybe. Try to like have science minded legislation that we can actually start passing in like the city level first, and try to have like climate action plans, that kind of thing, that we can have like ready made, tailor made for them. So that would be cool. And the right already has this called the Allied Legislative Exchange Committee, but it's just made by like lobbyists and stuff, and then they use it to rubber stamp all these like all this stuff state by state. So yeah, I think that would be really, really cool. I think that there's like a huge gap also between like universities and their local city hall. Like as a research university, you want to be working on problems, that are like pertinent in your community for local outreach. It's good for your NSF grants applications, your NIH grants. You want to talk about that, for outreach and stuff. So like connecting city halls like to their local universities and be like, hey, this is the problems that we have. Can you help us, figure out, the solution to something like this? Like, I thought I think that'd be an interesting.
Can I just quickly insert hopefully my graduate student opinion on the current state of graduate school? We need to specifically make sure that all of the Big Ten Alliance schools give their graduate students livable wages, especially when the deans make multi-million dollars a year, while I'm sitting here with a $2,000 a month budget.
Yeah, for real.
It's only covering rent and utilities. It doesn't cover groceries.
That's
at all.
wild. That is wild. I got a lot of even the PhD like soft science people are like had to have multiple jobs too in order to. They just couldn't. The TA opportunities like weren't there for them, so it's awful. It really is. Like academia is so admin focused now because universities are basically patent mills. So like that's where all the money is like admins to help facilitate more grants and more researchers and more professors. And so it's just there's not enough like funds for the people that are there. It's very weird. I love academia too.
Decrease like in the
Go ahead.
like the size of grants since like the Trump administration. Or is it like a public fund or is it a private school?
Are you talking to me?
Trump has decreased the amount of funds available. He has, he's frozen a lot of these grants, and I think it's like, oh man, I saw some graph. It was like 30% less, like just straight up. So it is. Snitch, is that what you've been seeing?
Yeah, when I was in the cardiovascular research lab, there was a grant on the sexual dimorphic effects of like this one protein and like all that other stuff, and that grant got paused and it put our entire lab on hold. I wasn't getting my post-bac paycheck. Like it was actually so bad. But that said, like politicians actively work against graduate students. They passed a legislation in where I'm at, in the state that I'm in, that was like graduate students can't have an increase in wage beyond 3% of the minimum wage or something like that, which is like literal pennies on the dollar. It is ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't know what the same thing like happens with the UCs. It's just it's insane. Like they're so like deans and associate deans and that like middle management admin. It's like they're making so much money, hundreds of thousands of dollars, and you're just like, man, you're so far from research, and it's just, I don't know why we need so many middle managers.
I mean, I understand the middle managers. It's just like, do they really need to be paid that much to be sitting at their desk?
Yeah. It's and my friend that is one of those middle managers. He's like, he does like grant stuff for like university, and it's just, he does a lot of it through like ChatGPT now, and he'll just kind of like work 10 hours a day, 10 hours a week, and it's just like done. He doesn't have much to do. And you're like, damn, man, damn. It's really it's sad. I mean, it's sad.
Like, even if I had, because I budget really hard, because I'm also supported by my partner, but like, even if us grad students had an extra $500 a month, and there's only 7 or 8 people in my program, that would support us and allow us to get through our program more comfortably than what it is now. Like, and I'm purposefully being like very vague about what my program is, but like I love the professor that I'm with. I love the lab that I'm in. I love the research I'm doing. I love the coursework. I love like everything about this program, but the support is just the financial support. It's like the bare minimum, and it hurts my soul, dude.
You're in for a master's right now?
It's a type of program that's kind of integrated. So once I finish the curriculum for the master's, I can basically transfer my credits into a PhD program if it's in the same department.
Yeah, that's what I was going to recommend, because we actually had someone in our lab that did that and like just transferred programs, and it at least like gets you, then you could apply for like the national fellowships and stuff, right? I mean, or can you do that now?
Yeah, so I was gonna do that as soon as I get into the PhD portion of the program. I'm kind of just putting my head down and grinding a little bit.
Nice.
In terms of like getting all the coursework done. And then by the time that I'm done, I was gonna like see how I could apply for some postdoc positions, but I don't know.
That's rough.
So scared to look at those.
Postdoc is rough, dude. It's crazy. I mean, you're getting paid more than your PhD, but not much. It's actually kind of wild, like how exploitive the postdoc position is, and it's because like assistant professors coming out of postdocs aren't paid that well either, so they're kind of like pushed down. Like postdoc salaries are pushed down, so you're not making a lot as a postdoc, and if you want to go for a professor gig, it's usually like 2 or 3 postdocs now. At a good school, and you're probably having to move. It's very tough. It's very tough to get into like academia. It's so competitive.
Yeah, I'm not thinking about with the way the world is right now. Unless I'm in another country, I'm probably not going to be in academia.
Mm-hmm.
I do have some friends in pharma that I could connect with, so that's what I was thinking about potentially doing. I figured if I do a postdoc and get into a high enough position, then I can at least like wriggle my way and do research I like to do in pharma, given that like money isn't as big of a problem.
But you
It's
don't have,
really just about marketing it.
yeah, I mean, skills wise, as long as you have the adequate skills from your PhD, you don't have to have a postdoc in order to go to a pharma company. Like it would just be a waste of time to go get a postdoc. So that's kind of nice.
The only reason is because like the friend of mine who is in pharma, he's kind of big in pharma, and I want to make sure that I can land myself a high enough position where I'm able to have a little more influence over what research I'm doing. Because that's like the most important thing to me, is I don't want to lose sight of where I want to go. And I know that a lot of R&D researchers, if you don't have that standing, it can be a little bit more difficult, since you're really just doing where the money tells you to go. So that's the main reason why I'd choose to suffer through a postdoc. But like, that's just me trying to keep my integrity, I guess.
I mean, we definitely talk about this more like later offline or but
Yeah.
You know, I just feel like they don't but like the private side doesn't respect like the postdoc. They would think that you'd wasted your time. You know, they would be like, okay, anyway, well, what was the thing that you did that's pertinent? And if you have those skills that are pertinent, that they would let you in, you know? So they're like, it's kind of like it's like Star Wars, and you're either using the Force for good or for evil. And if you're, you know, the Death Star doesn't care how good of a Jedi you were. They just want to know if you're on the team. You know what I mean? So it's just kind of like, they're like, okay, you know, do you have the skills necessary? Do you understand what this is? You know, that's it. But if you want to do like hypothesis driven research and you want to expand as a scientist, I mean, the biggest impact people have in their scientific careers is the postdoc. You go into like a really competitive lab because now you understand how experiments work, and you understand how to do this stuff. You're focused in your postdoc. You're not teaching. It's in an interdisciplinary area where you're just by it, but you actually have like some experience that's pertinent, and then you're just pumping out papers. And you know, that's how people really like take off their scientific careers. So if that's where I would do a postdoc for, like going into like good lab.
Yeah. That's what his advice. So the person who I know basically told me that to land a very good position in R&D, you like, yes, the actual like name, the title, the postdoc, like all that doesn't necessarily matter, but the work you do in your postdoc, the expertise you get, that's what matters. And that's like, let me just like back up. That's the reason why I want to do that, because I know during your PhD and master's, yes, you are proving that you've found something new in the field, but the postdoc is where you expand on that new thing and you really become an expert in that part of the field that you're looking for.
Yeah.
And that's my main goal, at least, is I want to make sure that I establish myself before I try to apply for a job, because I already know it's like super competitive either ways, regardless of whether I go into academia or pharma.
Yeah, I'm trying. That is like the one thing in my molecular biology career. Like I worked on mammalian cells, like cell tissue culture, you know, a little bit, you know, but I've been basically doing a lot of like plant molecular biology since like ever since I started, because I basically don't want to kill rats and mice. It was just such a weird thing. Like we had to do it for this paper that I was on, and it was like just the amount of like mammals or like mice that we had to sacrifice for this experiment was just like sad to me, and having to deal with that and do those sacrifices and stuff was just like too much for me on the everyday kind of thing. So I just kind of fell in love with plants and chloroplasts and photosynthesis, and it was a cool it's a cool. I think it's a cool system. You know, the mouse statue is cool. I mean, it's important. We have to think about all those lives that legitimately that were sacrificed for science, and I think you have to. It's important work that needs to be done.
Yeah, I definitely got a lot of passion fatigue during my post baccalaureate when I was working in the cardiovascular lab, because you're working with mice and rabbits. It's like one of the rabbits kind of reminded me of my cat at home because it was like half black, half white, and my cat's black. And it was like, oh, hurts my soul. But I guess I'm a little, since I have a cat who's brought me a mouse before, I'm a little less passion fatigue. I have a little less passion fatigue when I'm working with mice and rats, when I try to imagine like where that research goes, especially in that lab specifically, since it was on like the heart.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, like the alien stuff is cool.
It's hard. It's so hard.
It is. It's so complex. Like the mammalian stuff. It's wild. I mean, as a microbe, like microbes are just way easier for my brain to like conceptualize, and knocking out one gene and like working on a pathway and stuff like that. I can like much more readily understand the system and you have like millions of subjects, right? Versus in molecular biology versus so few mammals, unless you're doing cell tissue culture. It's gonna be, it's interesting. Like experimentally
It can
and
also
stuff.
be really complex.
Mm-hmm.
It's also like very like fine handwork and very like difficult to do. Like some of the left descending coronary artery ligations and stuff like that. That's so difficult.
Oh, you tell like the physical dexterity in order to do that work and stuff.
Yeah, because mice are so small.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
It was very difficult to be able to, like, if you're trying to draw blood, for example, like that's so fucking hard.
Yeah, it's really gnarly. I did some dissections in school, but I wasn't. Yeah, I never really did that. Honestly, the worst was like Arabidopsis seeds. Arabidopsis seeds are so small; they're tiny. So you're trying to like get them all. It's impossible to like capture them all. But I did get a repetitive strain injury in my right thumb from pipetting. So because I was riding my bike just to work, and it was like an hour ride, and then I would be like the hood, it was about here, and I would have my thumb over the hood, and then I would go to work and then do a bunch of pipetting, moving small amounts of liquid from one tube to the other. So molecular biology is, and just all that pipetting, and then right back onto the hoods, and it was awful. I couldn't do a push-up. Like I couldn't. I knew that there was a huge problem because I was surfing and I couldn't pop up without like extreme pain in my right hand, and it was awful. Yeah, so I had to go and I basically wore it in a, you can't use it like nerve damage. Like you just cannot use your what it is, and this is my thumb on my dominant hand. So I felt like I literally like couldn't use my thumb for anything, and it felt like I had de-evolved. You know what I mean? Like, who am I as a non-opposable thumb having mammal? Like, what am I doing?
What was the worst mistake you've ever made in a lab?
I had a lab. I was heating up agar, and there was like, we usually put it on this hot plates and stuff, and they were, usually we just keep it on low and it's fine. And for this one, whatever the reason, that it was either too hot or there was a glass imperfection in the 1 liter, there's a big solid auger pad at the bottom that we're melting, and for whatever reason it exploded basically, and there was just shards of glass and hot auger going everywhere, and I wasn't by it. I was across the other side of the room, but my manager, who was also like, he just graduated, he's a grad student, and like he was right by there, and it got all over his stomach, and I was like, oh my gosh, like what? I was like, this is it. Like, it's like we're going to go to the shower. Like, this is it. Like, let's go. And he was like, nah, I'm fine. I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? It's all over your stomach. Like, let's get this off of you. And he was like, started thinking about like, okay, what kind of like, stuff is in there? And I tried to get him to go, and he just refused. And then about a month or 2 later, we're going and we're at the 4th of July picnic party, and we're down at the beach, and we're taking like it was hot or whatever, so people are taking their shirts off, and he took his shirt off, and it was just scars like from all the high salt content of like the agar media all over like his stomach, and I was just like,
Oh God.
dude, no way. Like I tried to get him to go and wash it off, and he just refused, and that just the high, it just scarred his stomach. I don't know. Hopefully it goes away. Hopefully it went away. It's been like, God, 15 years. So maybe, but it
I'm
was.
so confused why he didn't wash off.
I know. I have
It's
no idea.
crazy.
It's kind of the embarrassment. That's the only thing I could think of. But
Damn.
yeah, it was pretty gnarly. It was a lab that was super lax on PPE. I mean, everyone kind of had our shorts and sandals on because we were at UC San Diego. So like, yeah, we didn't do any type of like any lab coats or anything, and no glasses either. So then the professor was like, okay, after that thing, he was like, all right, well, you guys have to at least wear goggles. So he's mandated everyone had like our goggles on, but we're still wearing shorts and sandals, so it was, yeah, it's pretty gnarly. How about you? Biggest lab mistake?
So I was in charge. So I was also in a fairly lax lab, during the years when I wasn't like, so, okay, I jumped around labs in my undergrad, and then I decided to go with one for my post-bacular, and now I'm in one for my grad school. So I've had not a crazy amount of research experience in terms of time, but I've been in a lot of labs. I was in a pretty lax lab for my post-baccalaureate, and I was in charge of giving tamoxifen injections to mice to knock down a gene. And my dumbass did not read entirely through the like chemical safety, like how to handle tamoxifen. So I was because it was difficult to grab the mice with the nitrile gloves, I used latex like an idiot, and I used 1 layer of latex gloves and got a nice oily dose of tamoxifen coming through the latex from the peanut oil. I'm like, why do my hands smell like peanuts? Why do I have a headache?
Oh no.
And so I realized that I pretty much gave myself a little bit of tamoxifen. Luckily, I never did that again, and it was a one-time mistake, but I think that would be the worst mistake I've ever had.
Interesting. Yeah, it's crazy. For our nanotechnology lab, we had to make sure we were like making like the right gloves, and then they didn't do any type of respirator when we were like scooping out like carbon nanotubes. Just come in a solid powdered form, and they're like aggregated, so you have to like scoop them out into your 50 ml conical, and people were just like doing it out in the middle of the lab, and I was like, what? We gotta do it under the at least in the hood, and and then I like wore a respirator on top of that because I was like, dude, I don't want any of these in my lungs. Like, are you kidding me? That'd be so bad. That'd be so bad. Dr. Joe, do you have any funny like lab stories, man?
You're right. Yeah, I was gonna say there was one that always sticks out in my mind, and it was during my PhD where we basically had we had a nice cold room, right? And what had happened was that overnight, because there's where we have this sort of magnetic stirrer, there's two knobs, one to basically turn the speed, right? And one to turn the heat on because it's a heated stirrer as well. Anyway, this grad student puts on her plastic beaker onto this thing, thinks she's turned the stirrer, and it's just heated it, right?
Oh no!
And this has been left overnight, right?
Oh no!
So basically, the next morning, someone comes in and goes to open the door, and there's just like sort of clouds of plastic infused smoke that then comes out. The whole building gets evacuated. It's like wild. They're like, yeah, you have to get out because you don't want to inhale any of this plastic smoke. It's going wild, right? Anyway, so then all these people come in, there's like the fire brigade and everyone, and they take a picture of it, right? I'm not joking. This beaker is now just like dust. There's not a single thing left of this beaker, right? However,
oh my gosh.
Right, but this is the really funny bit. Somehow the only thing left on this spinner, right, is just a piece of tape that says Jess in really bold letters. So somehow the tape with her name on is the only thing that survived. So everyone knew who it was.
Crazy.
Dude, good thing that they weren't there for that, man. I mean, that's gnarly. I mean, UCLA had someone that did die from she was wearing like a sweater that wasn't like chemical ready, and there was some type of chemical burn that happened inside the hood, and it got like engulfed her, and they didn't know what type of like chemical it was or what the reaction was, so they like had some like the firefighters weren't like going in right away, so there was like a huge thing that happened. So then like it was a bunch of like reforms after that, so then we had to make sure all of our chemicals were all like they all have a QR code on them, and there's an app that you like scan it in, and we all had fire resistant lab coats and stuff. It can get dangerous, man. If you don't understand what's going on, in the lab, it can be like very dangerous. Some people just don't have lab sense. I don't know what it is. It's just they have no idea what's going on, and maybe it's like a nervousness that they have or something, but it can be weird.
It's so true. I mean, when I teach, like when we have grad students come through, and particularly when they're doing sort of placements with me in the lab, the ones I'm more concerned about are the sort of super confident, reckless type. Those are the ones I really worry about. You know, they're almost a little bit anxious. Oh, is this okay? That I prefer because I'm not so worried about them, because I think they'll think before they do things. But the super confident ones, I think, oh gosh, you know.
Yeah.
It worries me.
I totally agree. At first, I'm so glad that the only time I've ever had that accident was when I had like those 5 days worth of tamoxifen injections, and the first day I only wore one layer of latex, because I could only imagine like if I wasn't so anxious to like reread the tamoxifen instructions, and I was like overconfident in saying, oh yeah, no, this is all good, this is all good, this is all good. The amount of times I probably would have gotten exposed to a freaking chemotherapy agent would have been crazy. And like ever since I've been hypersensitive about like safety rules, and yeah,
I think it's like you gotta.
It's so important.
I think safety is really, really important, but it's one of those things that it's like, you know, a light in the sun, a flashlight in the sun, where you gotta like know when like you're actually doing things that are like critically important, and these are the times to like lock in and like make sure you're doing this right. You can't just like be 100% the entire time. I feel like, or you know, so it's like there has to be like some understanding of like what's actually happening here and what's going on, the chemical reaction that's happening, and some latex, there's like nitrile and latex gloves, and then you can also have like thicknesses of gloves too. So
Yeah, so like the latex that I was using, it was a little bit too thin, and you were supposed to either triple glove latex or nitrile and latex double glove in order to handle the tamoxifen.
Hmm.
And that was the one time, because it was like 10 p.m. and I had like 50 mice to inject, where I didn't read the entire protocol. The one time I didn't. And ever since then, whenever I'm working with carcinogens or anything that is remotely dangerous, I make sure to read through the entire protocol because it's so important. But like as you said, like it's also like don't flash a flashlight in the sun. I'm not wearing like glasses when I'm not like wearing safety goggles when I'm pipetting master mix into a PCR. Like that's not.
Yeah,
It's not necessary.
dude, my company that I worked with just recently was like that. It was like, dude, they were so into it. I was like, oh my gosh, this is like an insurance thing. Like, what's going on, guys? They didn't even allow us to have freaking ethanol spray bottles. It had to be the single stream, like the one with the 90-degree thing. And I'm like, what? I can't have a spray bottle of ethanol? They're like, no, because you could like there could be a Bunsen burner nearby, and then it could ignite. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, what is? And then they were like, yeah, we had a fire inspector come in and said it was illegal, and they got all mad at us and wrote us up. And I'm like, you guys are like the only science lab probably in all of San Diego that has this like weird rule. Like, what is this? It was so weird. So I know, it was so ridiculous. So it just like made things like more. I mean, the stupid little the single squirter, it was not as good. Obviously, it was just like so annoying. I don't know, some safety regulators.
Yeah, you need to be a little bit practical sometimes. I mean, as I said, we had one student, because sometimes they say they're a bit nervous. I had one grad student who was insistent that he wore the safety goggles the whole time.
Mm.
But the problem was they kept steaming up, so he couldn't see anything. And I was like, this is more dangerous, you know? Please think about this. So, yeah, there's a balance, I think.
Dude, I got some...
I knew one...
Stoggles, like these things are so nice. I was like they're prescription and they were so cheap. I was like, this is incredible. It was a complete game changer when I got them. I freaking love them. Check them out. Yeah, you might get like snitched. It's pretty sick.
I might have to, because double glassing for my lab is a pain in the ass.
Yeah, they're
so bad.
They're the cheapest prescription that I've like been able to find, and they're fast.
There was one girl who worked across from me in the cardiovascular lab. I don't remember if she was like summer intern or something, but she was wearing a mask with her lab glasses, like double gloves all the time, and she kept on like tearing her gloves on stuff and fogging up her glasses. And I'm like, dude, this is like not it, dude. Not it.
I got yeah, dude, $40.
I love grad students. I thought it's not bad.
I'm a grad student too.
Sorry, I forget snitch. They just make me laugh so much. Like, even I had one student where his job was to make GFP. I don't know. So for those who don't know, his job was to make a green fluorescent protein, right? And he was so happy, and he comes to me and he's like, I've done it, I've made it, sort of thing. Nice. And it was basically completely transparent. There was no green at all. And I was like, think about what you're telling me you think you've made, you know.
That was me after my first transfection, and I had like, I was being mentored by like a postdoc, and I did this transfection in like CHO-K1, and it was like 3 cells for lighting up. I was so proud of myself. And then after that, I managed to get the entire plate to light up, but I thought it was so funny because he was like, yeah, good job. I'm like, I made 3 cells transfect.
Dude, and sometimes you can't even get that. I mean, sometimes it's wild, man. A lot of the people that like quit and drop out of grad school because they couldn't get like the first couple of months like anything to work, you know, it happens so often. You know, people just come in even with like 4.0s and stuff undergrad, they're you know, they think they're okay, and then you just like get sent into a lab, or they're not you know, it's yeah, there has to be some stubbornness, I think, in order to be a researcher, because it's just there's so much failure at the beginning, at least, you know. And I feel that's why it's so much fun to see something reproduce, right? You see something and you're like, oh my gosh, this it's actually happened and I can reproduce it, like no way.
Oh man, nothing more satisfying than being able to reproduce your experiment. Oh my god.
Exactly, because you the first time any scientist is gonna say, "There's no way this is correct. I did something wrong. I switched something up. There's no way," and then you can actually reproduce it. It's like, wow, that is incredible.
I was so proud of myself when I was able to reproduce some like basic ass experiments, like basic like PCR, basic cell culturing stuff, and like just being able to see yourself being able to do it again and again and again. It like shows you like, okay, this is like a real thing. And it's like you can't always see it. Like especially with something like PCR, molecular biology techniques, like you can't always see exactly what you're doing until the very end.
Yeah,
But it's
exactly.
so satisfying to see it.
Our squared's values getting better, and you know that kind of stuff. You're like, yeah, your technical triplicates getting like closer together. You're like, all right, yeah. It is like kind of it is definitely fun. But yeah, man, you're so true, so right. Where you're especially like serial dilutions. It's like, oh my gosh, there's no way there's any cells in here. There's no way. And then you played it, and it's just a near lawn. You're like, oh my gosh, so funny. 10 to this -7 dilution or something in order to get something.
I love cells so much. They're so cool.
Yeah, dude, microbiology is amazing. I think they're so what we don't know about microbes, and I honestly it's like a weird thing knowing that our entire microbiology field is based on so few organisms because we can't culture, or we haven't genetically sequenced so many microbes in the world. And here are like our books, here are like our entire textbooks written on something that we have studied like not even 1% of. So it's so weird.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. I think I will never get over like those first days where I saw like I know it sounds really stupid, but the first time that I saw a cell that was transfected with some like fluorescent proteins, it was not just GFP, and then it was bursting from like cell death. It was so beautiful. And I think that I don't know, more people need to see that sort of stuff, that side of science, because it's so pretty. Like those pictures that you find online, like the high resolution pictures, they're so freaking beautiful.
That's what this is.
And it's so crazy.
These are my wife made these. This is from my PhD like publication. So this is the confocal microscopy images. So this like right here, this is the chlorophyll autofluorescence of the Chlamydomonas reinhardti, and then this right here is the dye DNA, and then this is them colocalized in the middle here. So this is like showing that the DNA actually like colocalized within the chloroplast. So we did like 10 micron slices and Z stacks of like 2 microns, and like, oh my gosh, it took so long. This day was like literally, I think it was probably like 20 hours in the microscopy room, because like my nanoparticles were ready, my cell lines were ready, they were done, and I was just like, I gotta just get it all done. So long. It was awful.
It's beautiful though, like the hard work. It's so awesome. And like Oh man, that reminds me. So I developed a protocol for isolating and plating cardiomyocytes in the cardiovascular lab. It was a 12-hour protocol, but by the end of it you see like these glowing cells and you can see the sarcomeres and you can see them beating when you spike them with like a little bit of hips and
No way,
calcium.
that's crazy. That's cool.
But it's like it's so gratifying to see like the outcomes and like being able to see those photos that are just like, it's unbelievable that that is the kind of world that we live in, and like it's the world we can't really see with our own eyes, but like when we look closer it's literally just, it's so beautiful.
Oh yeah, dude. It's so the craziest part was like in science is knowing there's something in the world that you understand about some part of something mechanism that you haven't published yet, and it's just like you're looking at this plate and you're like, wow, if this is true, this is this thing, and I need to like tell the world about this. You know, this is crazy.
Yes.
It's so fun.
Man, it's so hard not to just like yap about all of the finding. Like I'm kind of holding myself back from talking about things because it's like you can't talk about it until it's published technically, but
Yeah.
like it's so fucking fascinating.
Dude, that's what's so crazy. David Arlou, we were looking side a debate this week about like human gene editing and stuff. So I was doing research on it. I was like looking at, I mean, David Arlou's the best person in the world. You know, he's at this thing. He's developed the prime editing, modified CRISPR that basically does point by point single base pair editing for disease, and he's done a bunch of gene therapies. And where was I going with this? I just lost my train of thought. Anyway, but sorry. Oh yeah, that's right. He during the presentation, he teased it out earlier a couple months ago that like he's developed a way to have gene therapy for like hundreds of different diseases. But for like personalized gene therapy, you would have to like sequence someone's genome and then have like a personalized gene therapy approach in order to, you know, which combination of mutations do you have in order to fix, you know, whatever it is, right? So you would have to need like hundreds and hundreds, maybe thousands of different, you know, medicines for the different types of combinations and the mutations. So he figured out a way to do this with just like a tenth of the drugs that you would need. And it was crazy. I was like, whoa, my gosh, how is he going to do this? Is he going to like edit a single portion of the genome? Is he going to, you know, is he figured out a way to put like a really long piece of DNA so he could like, you know, fix a really long area? Actually he's using tRNAs that can actually have like a read through. So like he basically just changes just that tRNA and so that the premature stop codon, you just read right through it. So all the diseases that are needed for that codon, you can just use this tRNA that has the ability to go through this, and that's it. It's like, and he just told people about it completely unfinished. He was halfway through it. He wasn't even no publication about it. I'm like, how are you what? You just told people that's probably might be one of the biggest medical breakthroughs in personalized like medicine ever, and he just halfway through just talked about his research and he's like, yeah, this is what we're working on, we're gonna do it soon. And I'm like, wow, like I was just
That is
Maybe-
insane.
Yeah. Maybe he's so big that he just thinks that no one else can do this apart from me. So
Exactly.
I'm just going to tell everyone.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
He's probably thinking like this, like did he like mention like how he did it?
Yeah, it's they're delivering that tRNA, I believe. So that was like the gene edit in order to try to like do that. So
I mean like dilutions, like all that other stuff. Like, did he mention amounts or anything like that?
Oh no, this is just the you know, the presentation. He was just showing results, figures and that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's probably thinking nobody else is gonna do this.
Well,
That's
I mean,
crazy.
what's wild is though people like there are dozens of prime editing, like human trials that are happening right now all throughout the world with this stuff. It's so widely used and it's so easily reproducible in so many different hands, and it's amazing. It honestly is like there are so many cases that they've already done. So like there's this 5-year-old girl who had childhood leukemia, failed chemotherapy, failed a bone marrow transplant, got got delivered one shot of this stuff. Within a month, completely changed over, and then 2 years later, complete remission. They haven't been like able to find anything. She was given like a 1 year, you're gonna be dead in a year thing, and she's been in remission for 2 years. It's like, it's wild. It is wild. They are going into humans and editing their genomes, their somatic genomes. They're not doing germline, obviously, but they're like curing them. They're like curing them of this stuff.
Huntington's cure? Question mark.
They're working on stuff like that. Yeah. It's crazy. There already are some cures for cancer, Gail. It just matters what type you have, but some of them, yeah, exactly. Like the leukemia for that little kid, yeah.
Oh, speaking of cures for cancer, something really interesting that I've been reading about, like as I'm researching cancer-associated cachexia, is that different types of cancer present with different types of cancer-associated cachexia in terms of their like molecular profile and what is primarily driving them. So you can't even treat cachexia as like the same kind of disease, which is crazy. It's so complex.
Yeah, I mean, because all of it matters where the cancer. I mean, with all the different loci for like something, right? You'd have to. That's kind of the problem with the personalized medicines, is that like there's a lot of different loci, and you have different mutations at different points, and everyone's going to have a different combination of those mutations. So yeah, this is CRISPR-based gene therapy for medicine. So basically, someone like you could go into, imagine you're going into a doctor's office and you come out like, and your diseases are just gone. You just have a couple of them that are just taken away, and with one shot, you don't have that anymore. It's like not even you could definitely be in the future. I mean, it's happening right now. It already has happened. We're in more human trials. They're all pretty much, a lot of them are going into like 2030. Yeah. Can it come faster? Honestly, the biggest problem with this stuff, with gene therapy medicines, is going to be access. I think we're going to have it then developed. It's just going to be, do you have access to it? But I mean, honestly, if David Arlou's thing comes to fruition, you don't have to have like $1 million personalized gene therapy concoction made for you specifically. You could have, 100 different medicines that cure 1,000 diseases, kind of thing. It could be exponential. So yeah, Meg, I'm with you. I'm with you. Yeah, I mean, if you have your mom, and you should check out human trial, the clinical trials. I think it's humantrials.org .gov, and put your type of cancer in there. You might be a match for some of these like gene therapy approaches. I mean, if you have cancer, you should definitely be getting cancer personalized approaches. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Casey. And what is it? Is it clinicaltrials.gov? Or is it human trials?
I knew somebody who is in a clinical trial for pancreatic cancer, but they were not they could only qualify for certain ones, not unfortunately not the mRNA one that they were running at the time. I really wish, because like literally the month after she died, there was another clinical trial that she would have been capable of entering into, and I was like, bro, are you kidding?
This is it.
We
The
need
clinicaltrials.gov. You can put in your condition, your disease, and just kind of like see if they have one, and it could be enrolling. So it might not be where you are, but I mean, if this is, if you have the means to travel, you could like definitely, possibly do it. If you actually qualify, you know what I mean. You have to have like the right stage. You have to have this specific type. You have to be there's a lot of problems to it. But yeah, I think it's especially in a world where, like, let's imagine this stuff actually working and it being developed and made as a product. Like, imagine a world where you have a richer nation that now has like less disease, right? And they spend less on their healthcare because they don't have to worry, like, prevention costs less than the disease. So then you have the population that's dying less, and then those people are giving birth to kids with less disease, versus a poorer nation that has more people dying, higher healthcare costs. They're spreading the disease more readily. It's just like you could have really stark problems. I feel like, so it's just like making it accessible to non patents and stuff like that is a really interesting question on stuff like that. Nice, man. Good.
Yeah, it's a cool site. I know in the UK we always have the problem where, because obviously everything's non-profit, the government has to make the decision whether, even if the drug is effective, whether it's like cost effective, which can be quite a tough decision, because it could give you some hope, but if it's expensive, then it can be difficult to fund on a non-profit. That's the only downside we have here. Otherwise, it's all, it's quite good. It's all free.
Interesting. Huh.
That's cool. I was reading about, because I didn't know how it worked. I was reading about this prime editing that you were talking about, and it said that the way that it works is they edit a tRNA molecule to basically ignore nonsense mutations.
Yeah.
And then it can continue. But I didn't realize that. That's really cool.
Yeah, that's a new one. That's the mutation agnostic version that they're just doing. Yeah. It's pretty gnarly, man. It's so cool. Like he has base. It was a base editor, he called it, and then prime editor is the second iteration, and then this is like his new thing that he's just like they developed. It's like wild, man. She's so cool, man. We were watching the seminar. It's a really good one. I think it was like 3 or 4 months ago. It was at Cold Harbor Medical Institute, CHMI. It's worth watching. It's like an hour long. It's incredible.
I'll definitely check it out.
Nice. Yeah, it's the second half. It's pretty much the first half is like all the status of all their prime editing that they did, that they have done, and that's going worldwide. And then the second half is all about that new thing that he's developing. It's just like, it's so cool, man. He's such an awesome scientist.
Guy's insane. He's not won a Nobel Prize yet, has he?
No, and that's the thing. The Nobel, he's going to get a Nobel Prize. The question is how many. I think that he's definitely going to get one. Probably he might be the first person to get 2 living. I think that there's a really good chance for it. I mean, most scientists would be lucky to get 1 breakthrough technology. Like David R. Liu has done it in about 5 different ones. He could reasonably get the Nobel Prize in at least 2. And he's done a ton of work since and it's really cool approaches too, man, like directed evolution approaches and stuff like that. Phage assisted directed evolution approaches too, where that's how these prime editors and he created them, was through these awesome approaches. And I don't know, I went through a directed evolution stint because like Francis Arnold had just gotten the Nobel Prize on it, and I was like, oh, this is so cool. And then he gave a seminar at my university, and he was talking about how he was doing directed evolution for these things, for this was in 2017, so this is what before all this stuff. And it's amazing, man. It's really cool. And he does a lot of like nanoparticle stuff too. So like viral nanotechnology, where he's trying to, make nanoparticles that look like viruses in order to infect cells and deliver DNA, right? Or RNA, just like a real virus. So just doing a lot of cool research, man.
It is really cool. And I think it's always amazing that a lot of these breakthroughs, we always talk about it in the lab, where it's like, you're trying to cure a disease and you're like, well, how is biology trying to do it? And then you can almost exploit that.
Exactly.
And it's like, yeah, it's really cool.
I told my wife, I was like, we don't invent, we just steal from nature, and we just see that, like, wow, 2 billion years of evolution gave us a bacterial defense mechanism, a bacterial immune system that we just changed the targets of, and then now, we've invented CRISPR. It's like, well, nah, not at all. The church lab obviously like packaged it into a plasmid system that was easily accessible and easily reproducible, and we could give it out. Obviously that was different, thing, but we're just like we're doing 0.01% of the work. Nature's done everything else.
Exactly. It's just like, we basically, as you say, copy their homework, but we make it better.
Yeah, exactly. We're literally putting the different name at the top, and you're like, aha, that's it.
Yeah.
Especially when it's like shockingly small, like 20 base pairs for the guide RNA sequence. It's almost like ridiculously small. That's like, for those who aren't aware, that's like the size of like a large or a medium-sized primer, where you're trying to like amplify DNA and stuff like that. 20 base pairs it's nothing. Yeah, it's very small. So the fact that you can actually have, and it's because of the PAM sequence, there's two, it's like, you find it and then you confirm it. And apparently this is one of the things that they changed. It was the distance between the PAM and the guide RNA sequence. That was one of the ways that they made it more specific in their directed evolution approach. I'll have to go back. I don't understand the biochemical like mechanism there, but he was talking about it in that lecture, and I was like, whoa, that's weird. Yeah.
That is really cool.
Yeah.
Anyway, I have to go, unfortunately, because I have to do some work and stuff, but it was great to chat.
Yeah, dude. Thanks for coming up, man. I appreciate you. I'm probably going to get off too. Yeah, have a good one, man. Have a good day. I think I'm going to get off too. Thanks for coming up, Snitch. Thank you that's nice talking to you.
Yeah, it was nice talking to you too.
Okay.
I'm just making breakfast since I can't sleep.
Oh,
Ciao.
nice. All right. See ya. Bye.
Bye.
All right, guys. What a day. What a day. I gotta go to bed. That was fun. Thank you for coming up, Dr. Joe. Scientific Snitch. That was awesome. I know, how fun. I'll have to release that or something. I was recording it. Thank you. I was recording it. Thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you, Ali. Thank you. Guys, real shout outs real quick. All right. Thank you guys. Thank you so much to the Patreons. Brian F., Helen, Mrs. Dr. G, Russell Bowden, Ado, Call Me Ness, Rapture, MB Human, Meg, Dave M, Ale, thank you so much. Top gifter of the night, thank you so much. Kathleen, Island Time, Soap Company, NB Human, and thank you to the top liker, Island Time, Bare Necessity, NB Human, It's Mackenzie. Thank you guys. And we're out. It's crying. Do the songs of James. I like it. Night. We have a mission statement, everyone. We have a mission statement and a pledge. I think we have a 90% done pledge. I think we're done. Oh, aeronautical, man, thank you. That's too kind. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh yeah, that was a really good live. I agree. I had a really good time. That was really fun. I like these panel discussions. They're fun. I think we're gonna go back to the regular show tomorrow, and yeah, we got some stuff to learn, guys. We got some stuff to learn. All right. Peace. Bye. YouTube. Thank you.